All righty, folks. This is going to be the 4-hour Legends of Real Estate Investing. One of the things that I did when I was on my 30-day trip in Southeast Asia was I wanted to find a way to merge my amazing and growing Rolodex of experts and millionaires with my family of one rental at a time. Out of that became these Sunday sessions where we bring on experts or topics and we go deep. But we go deep not with PowerPoint, we go deep with your questions. As somebody who worked in sales for 30 years, PowerPoint was a crutch. I always found the best conversations are just questions and answers. So today is going to be 4 amazing ladies who have been investing for a long time. They are open to answering any and all questions. The order is going to be Casey leads us off, followed by April from Lazy Girl RAI, followed by Alicia, and batting cleanup will be Anna, which we will go through. So Casey, you're my newest millionaire expert. I think we talk every Monday. So thank you for doing this.
Oh, I was so excited when you asked me. I was like, this sounds like really fun. I hadn't done anything like this before. So my first time, guys, you know.
be nice. Be nice. Yes, we have an amazing crew here. So let me bring up the chat box. So again, folks, start putting in your chats. Casey, kind of kick this off. What is interesting about your story is you start kind of in real estate in Southern California.
Yeah.
Then you and the family pick up stakes. You move to Memphis. You're a stay-at-home mom with 3 children now, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, earlier we talked about closing deal 7. We will talk about some exciting news here in a minute. But you actually built your deposit pretty creatively. So again, you didn't take no for an answer. You weren't, you didn't start off with a silver spoon. You had to get creative and build your stack very creatively. So why don't you introduce yourself to the audience, kind of anything that I've missed, and we will get to the questions.
Sure. So my name is Casey. I am right now, I live in Memphis, Tennessee, and I was born and raised Southern California. We lived regular middle class. My mom was a nurse. My dad was an aspiring entrepreneur, always wanted to try new things. And he always told me, go, this was his example. We'd be driving on the freeway, and California traffic, if any of you are in California. And one direction is completely stopped. I mean, bumper to bumper, and the other is free flowing. It's like, what the heck is going on? Well, I know everyone's going to Los Angeles, and he'd say, Casey, you see all those people going that direction? I'm like, yeah, bumper to bumper traffic. Yeah. He's like, you don't want to be going that direction. You want to be going the other direction. Make your own path, do something different. Don't follow the herd is what he would say. And he would say that over and over to me throughout my life. And it was like, okay, so a real job's not going to be good enough for my dad. If I get a real job, that's not going to be good enough. Yet then I hear my mom saying, you need a steady job. I'm a nurse. You need a steady income. You need to support the family, So I was getting both sides. And my sister has become a very successful entrepreneur, not doing real estate, but doing other things. And I always had this, devil and angel on my shoulder going back and forth as to what do I do? And it wasn't until I went to college, I got my job, in public relations, and I had it for all of 3 months, my real job out of college, all of 3 months. I was about to get benefits and all that. And the FBI came and seized the assets of the owner.
Oh my goodness.
He was in some funny business. Okay. Now personal life stuff. It's wild. It's on the internet still. We can't talk about it. It's weird and gross. And so I said, this is my sign. I was driving an hour and a half to Newport Beach to go to work, an hour and a half home. And I would leave at 7 a.m., come back at 7 p.m. And I said, no, this is not from me. This is a sign from God that I am not supposed to do this. My dad was right. So I got my real estate license in California. And I said, I'm going to be a mom one day. I want something flexible. I know it's going to be in real estate. And I didn't really know yet about investing, but I knew I already loved real estate because my dad and I kind of did a 10-year project fixing up our house. He bought a crack house with a VA loan. And so I worked for a real estate agency, and I found my niche helping flippers find flips. So I was young, and I would go drive all around Southern California looking for deals for flips. Since I understood the rehab process and how much things would cost, I could get a pretty good gauge on whether it would be a good flip or not off the MLS. Then we moved to Memphis, and I said, okay, Blake, that's my husband's name. we're going to buy some rental properties. We attempted to in California, but I didn't have like a mentor, or I didn't know anyone who owned rentals at all. I mean, no one owned rentals on purpose in California back then, at least that I knew. I had a real estate office of 50 agents. Only people who owned rentals were people that kept their house and rented out when they bought a new one. So never on purpose, never with intention. And so we never really took the plunge to actually buy rental properties, because I was so unsure. It's a lot of money, to put down. What if I mess up? All those things we all think about, and why we hold ourselves back from buying. And so when I moved to Memphis, I found someone who, was a real estate investor, and I had them help me on my first couple deals until I felt confident, to kind of go out and do it on my own. And that's really what it took. And, now we're here, and I teach other people too, just like Michael does, how to find success with their first rental property. And I love it. But that's kind of like my story, my life story on how I got kind of started.
Very, very cool. Well, again, folks, today is going to be all about you. So we will take questions as they come in. I have a list of questions in case you all are shy, but we have our first question from Ursula. I'm just going to read it here so all of you can see it. It is in the chat box. I put in an offer for 2 duplexes and asked for a rate buy down. Okay. However, paying down the rate didn't make sense in this case because the savings would be nominal. I'd be grateful for some more ideas on deal terms. Should I more focused on strategies like less money down? Do each of you have strategy or tactics? What is the best approach? Casey, as our first guest, I'll let you kind of take that. I can read, if you can't see it, I can read it again, but
okay.
Let's talk about deal terms. Okay, cool.
Okay, so you put an offer on 2 duplex and asked for a rate buy down. So were you asking the seller to offer, closing costs, to help you with the rate buy down? Because I know that as the buyer, you can pay for your own rate buy down, but you can only pay it down so much. And then the seller has to come up with a difference, come up with extra if you really want to buy your rate down. We did this on our very recent deal. We asked the seller to pay 2% closing costs, which was great because we were able to put that to whatever we wanted. You don't have to lock your rate the day that you have this contract signed. You have until like the last week or two. Like they kind of like you to have it nailed down 2 weeks before closing. And so, but I was asking my lender every single day, what's the rate? What's the rate? What's the rate? I had this 2% from the seller. And if the rates were fine, I would just use it towards closing costs, regular closing costs. And if the rates were bad, then I would use it towards a rate buy down, which we ended up doing. But if the seller doesn't, if you don't want to buy it down yourself and the seller doesn't want to give you money, there's other things you can do. What I do as far as trying to get a better deal on the property and as a whole is to really like wiggle the seller down during the inspection period. So if it's a property that needs a lot of work, I will try and get the best I can from the seller up front, but I would rather not offer as is, because then you're kind of stuck in a hole. And I leave it open. I do my inspection period. I have my inspection done. And then I go to the seller and say, hey, I know, we talked about this price, but look at this 40-page inspection report. Here's a list of all these things that I didn't know about when I made this original offer for you, to you. And, we need to work on price, or we need to work on some of you fixing things and helping reduce my overall, investment cost and take care of some of these repairs. So that's something that sellers are even doing today. And they weren't doing that last year for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. One of the things I would do is I would ask, like you say, I would ask for a credit up front. I don't think I would target it as, hey, I want you to do a rate buy down for me. I would be more open, right? I want 2%. Or something. That is also something you should talk with your mortgage broker or lender about, because there are caps. I don't know whether it's 2 or 3% where you are, but I would be asking my mortgage broker, what's the maximum basically seller contribution you could ask for. If it's 3%, I would always ask for 3. If it's 2%, I would always ask for 2. And then you, the investor, you would deploy that as you see fit. If it's a rate buy down, great. If it's closing cost credits, great. Use that at your discretion. One thing I will highlight here, and it was something I did, I think on my second or third deal I talk about in my book, One Rental at a Time, is I would get comfortable talking about seller financing, but not seller financing like all over the media today. And I even talk about where they do the whole deal. I would start getting comfortable at least saying, hey, could you carry back 10%? Right. My deal on Ferris, which is in my book, I think I talk about, I couldn't do 20 or 25% down at that point. I didn't have the money. So at the time, I asked the seller to take back 10% as a second, which they had plenty of equity and they said yes to. But again, it's all about understanding your spreadsheet, Ursula, and playing with the numbers. That's really what this is about, is understanding how I can impact yield. It's not always price, right? If you have $5,000 in closing cost and the seller pays it, that's going to increase your yield. If you can lower your down payment because the seller took back 10%, perhaps with no payments for 3 years, right? Make it a balloon payment. These are all things that you can get comfortable talking about. So those are things that I would do, or I would try to. It's all about the spreadsheet. All of the variables that we talk about all the time, all of those can be moved around. And as Casey said, use the inspection report, right? Maybe you budgeted $5,000 for make ready. The inspection report comes back and, oh my gosh, it's 7,500. Well, go ask for 4,000 in credit, or go ask for this, go ask for that. Casey is so right. You have different steps in the deal process where you can move different levels. So Ursula, hopefully that is
When you say
helpful.
take back 10%, do you mean, can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Ursula's talking. Okay. I was like, who's speaking?
I tried to raise my hand, but I don't see that option.
Oh, where is it? I don't. Yeah, I can't tell you. I'm not
I
technical.
haven't seen it either.
It's under reactions.
Oh, it's under reactions. Thank you, guys. You guys are awesome.
Oh,
There we go. So if you want to raise your hand, it's under reactions. Thanks, guys. So again, I'll walk through the deal that's in my book. So I think Ferris was listed for 150 grand. I only had 15 grand. At the time, lending was a lot more loose. So the lender I was using said, hey, if you can get the seller, this is actually what the broker said, if you can get the seller to carry a second 15 grand, I'll come in at 80%. The seller comes in for 10%, and I bring 10% to the table. So it's kind of like what you hear Stephen Dow and I talk about, the 50, 40, 10, except this was an 80% first with the bank, 10% with the seller, and I brought 10% equity. So the bank brought 120 grand. The seller only got 120 grand. They got a note, which is called a note to a second trust deed. So it's a secured position. The bank's in first, the seller's in second, and then I brought 15 grand. Does that make sense, Ursula?
yes. And the note is through the mortgage broker.
It would be the title or escrow would do that. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay,
So
great.
yeah,
Thank
title
you.
or escrow would write that up for you, or help you write it up. Make
Thank
sense?
you. Yes.
Of course. That's what today's all about. I think it's Saeed. Hussein, you have your hand up. Go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, it's Saad.
Oh, Saad,
but
sorry.
no worries, Mike. You guys talk about your first deals a lot. I'd like you to address more of like a recent deal in the current markets, use numbers that are similar to what we're dealing with today. I find that one to be a lot more helpful. And you essentially answered the question, like, what is something, you're talking about levers, and I get that. When I created your spreadsheet, I totally could see, okay, this is where all the information comes in and you can do different things. I'd like to know, what do you think, like going back to the recent example, what levers are you pulling more today versus what were you doing, in your first deal?
Awesome. We will do that. So Casey, do me a favor. Let's review deal number 7, which you just closed, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Mhm.
And then let's just announce you locked up deal number 8, talk about those numbers, but also talk about, networking and telling everybody. So Casey, take it away.
Yeah. Okay. So a couple weeks ago, maybe it's 3 weeks now. I don't know. We got closed on, I forget, time flies, on our 7th single family rental. And it is a lot different today than it was last year, but it really is market specific, because in Memphis, it's still a really hot market, and we're still seeing several offers over asking, all cash offers, multiple offer situations. So I have students who invest around the country, and some markets are way different, and it's really slowing down, and it's really it's much easier to get, seller concessions and things like that. It's not as easy yet in Memphis. But so we're still coming across the problem of high prices, and now we have high rates. So you are having to look more at the properties that people don't want, the more difficult properties that are like, oh, I don't want to do all that, whatever. So that was our number 7 house. We bought a property that had been on the market for a while, and the house seemed fine. Well, why did we buy it? Why was it sitting? It was sitting because, in my opinion, a couple things. One, they were out of country owners and their language barrier was terrible. Same with their real estate agent. So when my agent would call them, it was very hard to understand because they didn't speak English very well. So that was one thing. Another thing was that it was a house insurance claim. It was an insurance claim house. So the house, a couple Februarys ago, we had a big ice storm. All the pipes in the attic broke and the house pretty much flooded from the top down. So the house was in completely drywalled, brand new drywall and stuff like that. That's, people don't like issues. You know, it's fine. It looked great. It was done, but it's like, there's a history there. People don't want that. The third thing was the placement, the kitchen configuration was weird. It had the washing machine and the dryer and the furnace and the water heater all in the kitchen. Now, the furnace and the air conditioner and the water heater were all really old and they need to be replaced anyway. So I was willing to take on the job of, I'm going to replace them and I'm going to move them out of their current location and spend the money and have them relocated somewhere else, move the washer and dryer into its own little thing so I can increase the value on the property. So I did all of that. We did get the seller to pay to sell it for $10,000 less than asking. And we got 2% seller credits. And we used that for our rate buy down. Rates at the time, just last month, were 7.5% for an investor. I have an 850 FICO score. Well, 848, as Blake pointed out. His is 850, whatever. And so I know I'm getting the best interest rates. So 7.5% was what we were quoted, and we asked the seller for 2%, which we used to buy our rate down to 6%. If I would have bought this house at a 7.5% interest rate, we would not cash flow. Like, it wouldn't work out. So we did that, and the payment is under $1,200 with 25% down. We did a conventional, regular Freddie Fannie loan, nothing weird or tricky. And the house will rent for $1,700 afterwards. It's not like a killer deal because we do need to put some work into the property, but we're in one of the best appreciating neighborhoods in East Memphis. We have the school rating is the most desirable school out of the entire city for elementary school. It's rated 9. And I'm going to get some top-notch tenants that are going to live in there. And it's a B+ neighborhood. And for me, I'm all about low risk. You know, for me, it's not like, oh, I'm going to get this duplex and it's going to get me $800 a month cash flow. It's like, I don't want that part of town. I self-manage, I'm a landlord, and I want something that's easy. And for me, making this house nice, reconfiguring the kitchen and moving things. Plus, yes, I put an initial investment of $13,500 for a new air conditioner, furnace, and water heater, and had them relocated, but I'm never gonna have to do that again. I just added value to my property, and now I can make a bomb kitchen, which is really gonna rent the house really nicely. And I mean, I really can't ask for more. Just to get into this neighborhood is a dream. And so, you know, it's always looking for little places like that, looking for things that are gonna increase your return, the hidden value. And also getting that seller credit to help make the deal work. You know, there's a few different areas you can play with: purchase price, you know, offer price, interest rate, and then, you know, terms. Obviously, this was an out of country investor, so he wasn't wanting to do terms. He just wanted to sell it. So, okay, so he would give me some money off, not too much off. He was very stingy, and that's why it had been sitting on the market for a long time. We're not putting any more money into this house. Like, they weren't going to fix anything else. They weren't, I mean, you know, we barely squeaked by even closing, but we did. And, you know, I'm really happy with it. So it's not always about things being super perfect, having this most perfect deal, or I'm not going to buy it. It's just, you know, is it good enough? You know, is it going to get me what I want?
And what were the numbers? Like, what was the purchase price?
So it was $195 was the purchase price.
Right. 190. You got a bank loan, right?
Yeah. We got a regular old 30-year fixed conventional.
20% down, 25?
25% down. 6% interest.
And then what did you think the rents would be once it was all dolled up?
At least $1,700.
Okay. All right. And then you're expecting cash flow on that to be what once it's all done?
Well, I self-manage, so
Yeah,
500, 5 to 600.
Okay. All right.
And
then
then
why
that's
don't you
after
talk
fixed expenses.
Yep. And then why don't we also talk about the deal you just you told me pre-roll that you locked up, deal number 8, kind of off market. I think there's a lot of lessons in that deal. So why don't you tell us that story?
So today's what, Sunday. So Friday we locked this deal up. Okay, rewind. 3 weeks ago, I was on vacation with I was on vacation. We were at Disney World for her band concert for school. I get a phone call from my tenant who says, "Hey, Casey, my neighbor is looking to sell her house. And I just want to let you know, here's her phone number." She said, "Call her." And I'm like, "Oh, I know this lady." Because when I fixed up that house, my tenant's living in, I made friends with the neighbors. Blake and I do our own rehab. We talked to her. She was painting the exterior of her house at the time. She just moved in a year ago. And we made friends with them. We promised her, right? We'll put in a good tenant. I promise. Nobody wants to see their neighbor's house, like their next door house, go for a rental. Nobody wants. I mean, you guys don't,
Yeah.
right? I don't.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
you know, the house across the street went for rental. I'm like, gosh, dang it, ew, you know.
Yeah.
But so anyway, so then she called. I sent her a message and she called me and she said, "Yeah, Casey, you know, I'm switching jobs, whatever, and I'm looking to sell. I didn't know if you and Blake were still looking still in the market for selling, for buying houses." You know, she didn't really know our situation or whatever. And I said, "Yeah, you know, tell me more about the property and how much are you looking to get?" And she was like, "Well, you know," and tells all the great things about the house. And I said, "I'm looking to get 176." And I'm like, "Okay, now the house I bought next door, I bought for 120, and that was in 2017. So prices have gone up, right? So now she wants 176. The houses in that neighborhood now fixed up ARV are 250 to 325. So my first favorite neighborhood of all time is this one. I'll do anything to buy a house here. This is not the other neighborhood that is also one of my new favorites. There's only a few neighborhoods in Memphis that are like top notch that you can still afford to that you can afford and will cash flow. Otherwise, they're really expensive or they're like, you know, be careful. Murder capital of the nation is Memphis. Okay. So you got to watch out where you buy. So anyway, so I go over there and I'm expecting that, like, the house looks great. Curb appeal is amazing. I remember she got all these new flowers and bushes and, you know, a few years ago, and she had painted it and everything. I'm like, okay, it can't be that bad inside, right? Even if it's original, it can't be that bad. Okay. So I walk in there and it is gross. It is dirty. She's got 3 dogs. It smells like dogs. Now she is packing and there's like stuff, you know, she's packing up. So she's definitely moving out. So, okay, I'll give her that. But it is all original. And it is the exact floor plan of the one next door that we own. I mean, identical. So I already know what it's all going to cost to fix up. I did it already a few years ago. Well, now prices, labor has increased, right? So I do know that. But so anyways, so we go in the backyard and I did take a picture. We look all around, we talk about it, and Blake and I play the good cop, bad cop and banter back and forth with the lady. And, you know, I go, "So what are you actually looking to get for it? You know, like, what can you do?" I already know 176 is a really good deal. Like, I'm already going to buy it at her asking price. Like, I already know. And so she goes, "Well, you know, I was thinking, you know, without realtor fees, my realtor said that, you know, if I put it on the market at 176, we'd get multiple offers." I'm like, "Yeah, because that's really low. I know that strategy." She's like, "You know, or we could offer, you know, we could, you know, list it higher and wait it out." So she's like, "So, you know, I'm willing to let it go for 176. And if we don't use a realtor, you know, maybe a little bit off to kind of save us both, you know, save some money." And I'm like, "Okay, yes. You know, what were you thinking?" You know, always want them to say first. That's what I learned for negotiating. Never be the first one to say how much. So, and you know, it was wild off, but she said 170. And I said, you know, sold.
Deal.
So deal, you know, because if she paid a seller, you know, I mean, a commission, that'd be like, you know, $9,000 or something like that. So 6,000 off is good. It saves her from having, you know, she doesn't have to give me the whole 6% off. That, what's the point then, you know? So, so it's 170, and I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to do 25% down. We're going to do conventional loan. And, you know, I sent it to my lender that night. So we'll start the process on Monday.
Nice.
Rates Friday, I think, were 6.75 with no extra points. So that's not bad. We might buy it down. We might not, but our payment with that price is going to be under $1,000 a month. And I mean, I can rent that place for $1,800, no problem. Like, I'm really excited.
Yeah. So the last deal,
yeah,
you got to fix it up. Yeah. What do you think to make ready? What's the timeline for you? Because again, you and Blake do a lot of this. Is this like a 30-day turn or what is it?
Well, you know,
we got life gets in the way.
Well, now that our kids are older, they're each in 2 sports, 3 kids and 2 sports each, with the little one's only in 1 sport. But the older one, she's in middle school and she has real homework now. It used to be when we bought houses and they were tiny, we could just take it with us. Let's go after work. Let's go on the weekends. But now they have sports after school. They need help with real math after school. And so that takes up a lot of time. So the house we bought last year, we did hire a contractor to fix that house up. And then we had a complete rehab on another property that our tenant nightmare story. And it was my fault. And she stayed there for 5 years, won my lesson. So I had 2 houses to rehab at the same time. So I tried two different crews out and they were fine. But Blake likes this neighborhood and he would like to go there and do it.
Oh,
So
yeah, there you go.
But
Okay.
now we've got 2 houses to rehab. So the one that we bought a few weeks ago in the nice neighborhood, we're going to not do as quality of a work. We were going to more like flip it. But now instead of rehabbing the bathroom, like gutting the whole thing, now we're going to paint the tiles with tile paint. And we're going to refinish the bathtub and we're going to make that go faster. And we're going to do different things in the kitchen because we're going to put more money into this new one that we just signed on Friday. It's a little better quality of a property. And it has 1.5 bathrooms, which is really nice. Go.
Yeah. So the last deal I did real quick came from a wholesaler. So it was off market. I had to pay cash. It had all kinds of hair. It was what I liked, 2 houses on 1 lot. I think I paid $130 for it cash. I found out later the wholesaler locked it up at $100,000. So the wholesaler made $30,000 on me, which is fine. Get what you can get. The reason it had a hair on it is they had 2 non-paying tenants. This is probably not something I would recommend for a brand new landlord. So I had to, go initiate evictions and do all of that. And this was about 9 months ago, maybe 10 months ago. That took almost 4 months in the state of California. So longer than possible. Probably $3,600, I think ended up being my legal fee to get them both out. At that point, it actually was in better shape than I expected because I actually never got inside. That was this deal. We spent about $25,000 on both houses. So now I'm into this thing, call it 160. And right now they're renting combined for almost $2,600. I have gone back and did a 50% LTV loan with one of my lenders. So I have plenty of equity, plenty of cash flow. How did this deal come to me? I closed deals with this wholesaler before. I tell everybody my buy box, which if you're new is going to be 2 houses on 1 lot, ADU, casitas, whatever those are. So like Casey, I tell everybody my buy box. I get deals with hair on it today. So that was my last deal. That was my last buy and hold deal. Obviously people know about the flips that I did at the end of the year, just off the Crash Bros. So Jag has a question. The next question in the chat box is, how do you get a real estate investor help you with your deals, Casey? Strategies. How do you get
help you?
Yeah, I think that's what that is. How do you get real estate investors? Let's think about being a newbie, right? You have interest, you maybe even have capital, maybe you're investing in a new market. How do you kind of let's take this like a networking question. Like when you went to Memphis, you didn't know anyone. How did you start networking and getting to know other people?
So the listing agent to this house that we bought when we moved here, this is still the same house. The listing agent, remember I was a buyer, she wasn't my agent. I ended up talking with her instead of my agent because my agent was, I couldn't deal with her anymore. So I went straight, and they hate that, but I went straight to the listing agent. Anyway, I found out that her and her husband owned over 20 to 30, I think it was 20 some houses in Memphis. She had set for rentals. And so I just remembered that. And 3 years later, when we were ready to buy, I called her and I said, hey, I don't know if you remember me, but I was a buyer for this house. My husband and I are looking to start buying rental properties. And I was wondering if you could help us. And she said, well, I only really sell luxury homes now, like as a realtor, but my husband, he does the rentals. You can talk to him. And I'm like, okay. So I went and talked to him and he was so excited to tell me all about it. And he, we used his wife as the realtor. And he would drive me all around the neighborhood to all his houses and, say, I got this one for $40,000. It rents for $1,000 a month. I got this one for $25,000. Now it's worth this. And it rents for, it's like, oh man. And that's how it always is. Yesterday was always better, right? It was always better to buy yesterday. It's like, dang, these houses at the time are like $70,000 now. You got them for 40.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get a good deal. And that's not true. But so anyway, so that's how I found someone to help me. But now how I've even gotten more help and advice and just staying with it and having like peers, because my friends in the neighborhood, my mom friends, you guys, they want nothing to do with this.
No.
And I'm sure you have friends too that don't want to hear anything you're talking about. They don't want to hear real estate. They don't want to hear success. They don't want to hear how you bought another house. How did you buy another house? I told my friend Jessica the other day that we're probably going to try and buy 4 houses this year. She said, plural, more than one. And I'm like, yeah, you have money for that many houses? And I'm like, well, I've been trying to tell you, Jessica, like from 10 years ago, like you can do this too. And it's okay. And everybody wants, things to do with it. But so I joined Memphis Investor Group, and you can go to nationalreia.org. It's nationalreia.org. And you can find chapters that are near you. A lot of major cities have these real estate investor organizations, and they will do monthly meetings. You guys, they're legit. I mean, they're not some wimpy Facebook group. This is real meetings monthly where they have people from all over the country will fly in once a month, and they will do in-person meetings. Sometimes they try and sell you stuff, fine, but a lot of times it's stuff you probably want to buy. And they'll have sub-market groups and meetings. And, I will say, I always talk about the old guys, and don't worry, Michael, you're not an old guy yet.
I'm an old guy. It's okay. I don't mind.
You're not an old guy. There are these old guys, and they're like 70, and they don't buy anymore. But what do they want to do? They want to talk to you all about real estate. Yeah. Real estate is their freaking life. And they go to every single meeting, every small group meeting, every breakout group, every sub-market meeting. If there's a flipper group or a landlord group or a multifamily group or whatever, they're going to all of those because they want to help. They want to talk about real estate, and they want to help young, and they'll help anybody. They love helping new investors. So I would go to these meetings and, befriend these old guys, and they would just want to talk to this sweet young girl, right? So young, and tell them all about how they got their deals, their best strategies, and they want to give you all their contacts for their HVAC guy, and here's the realtor I use, and this is the best title company, and stay away from that, property management company, and they just love it. It's just a wealth of information, and it's from a local meeting. Even if any of you are out-of-state investors, if you live in California and you invest out of state, still join your local group.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Still join your local group, even if you're not going to buy in your local area. I would still recommend joining a group because you're going to learn so much for free for such a small price. It's $200 a year for our investor group. You can't beat that.
Yeah. So kind of echoing all that, one of the things, especially if you're out of area or out of country or whatever that is, in the beginning, you've got to go attend these events. I would tell everybody your buy box. That's kind of how it starts. I would collect contacts. And then what I would tell you to do is start being a connector, right? Because in the beginning, you don't know anybody, you meet 5 people, you meet 10 people, all of that. Then you need to become a resource to them because otherwise you're just like every other investor. But if you start being that person that says connecting people, you start to raise in your importance level. So not only, the person you're helping benefit, but the person you connect them to, they'll remember that. Oh, Jag gave me a referral. Now it didn't lead anywhere, but at least Jag, thought of me. So these are things you need to do. It does take work. Networking. One of the 7 rules at ORET, obviously, is meet 2 new people a week. I still try to do that to this day. Obviously, the bigger your network gets, the easier it gets, because you just have to ask for referrals. So tell everybody your buy box, ask for referrals, and then start being a connector would be my suggestion. All right. Question from Harrison. Hi, Casey. What helped you and the family be on the same page when you dove into your first rental? What talks did you have? Finances, location, concerns? Ooh, I love that question. How do you stay on the same page with Blake?
So thank goodness he's just the most amazing husband. I couldn't ask for any better. And when I see my friends that have marriage problems, I'm like, I'm so glad we don't, you're like, thank God. But we are in alignment with you know, kind of the values. We moved down here so I could be a stay-at-home mom and raise our kids and not have to put them in daycare. Blake, I'm a little more riskier than Blake is. He's always been in charge of the finances. He's the one with the real job, right? So he has the 401k and he has like this finance degree, like this finance degree. I mean, you know, that's not me. I'm a writer, I'm a talker, I'm a public relations. So that was never my area. Like, math with my daughter. No, that's all him. I'm not going to be doing math with her. Oh my God.
Let me, sorry to interrupt. I actually want to go back. So you're in Southern California now. You're married with Blake. I want to talk about that conversation where you have that heart to heart where you're like, honey, I want to be a stay-at-home mom. We can't do it here. I'm assuming that was kind of an in-depth conversation while you're in Southern California.
Yes.
So how did that happen? Was it a long conversation? Did he get it right away? Talk about that.
He is very supportive. And he always wants to just make me happy, right? Who doesn't want that? He wants to make me happy, and he wants, you know, he's very traditional in the fact that he sees the benefits of mom staying home. So he wanted that for me. He wanted me to do the real estate agent thing so I could stay home with our future kids and all of that and make that work. And it wasn't working out as great until I started working with the flippers, because I looked really young when I was in my 20s. I looked like I was 15. And so it was really hard for me. And I said all the time, hard for me to get, you know, $1 million Orange County listings when I look like I'm a high schooler. So that was difficult for me to do. So, but he was very supportive. And it's like, look, you know, a starter condo at the time was $400,000 and we couldn't afford that. So we said, we have to move out of state. Like, we just can't afford to live here with the lifestyle that we want to live. So we would looking all over the place, and his best friend got him a job in Memphis, and it was like, perfect, you know? So it was really easy conversation. And, you know, he would never really expect me to do anything I didn't want to do. He's always
so again, but think about what ideas. Again, what I'm hearing you say is, you know, you and your husband were talking future plans, all of that, realizing that you couldn't make it work in Southern California. You had to go somewhere else. You ended up going to Memphis. Your husband got a job there, but you didn't have really any infrastructure or family or anything. You just, but that was a choice. That was a sacrifice. Not a soul. Yeah. So again, okay. So now you get there, you've got the home. Now let's talk about, okay, Blake, I want to go get a rental. You know, that's,
so he said, yeah, I'm with you. Let's do that. I agree. That's the way to go. We do need to buy rentals, but let's be safe and smart about it. He was a very big saver. Neither of us ever had any consumer debt. Never. Except, I mean, we each had when we graduated college, we each bought a car. Like, each bought a new car. That was the only thing we ever bought. You know,
now, what did you buy? I'm just curious. What did you buy?
I bought a 2006 Mazda 6S, and it was a blazing copper metallic. I love orange and yellow. It was an orange car. You know, I had to drive to Los Angeles to get it. It was in the newspaper because probably nobody wanted an orange car, but I did. I said, my car, I'm going to go buy it.
All right, I'm sorry.
And he bought a red GMC Canyon. That's what his car was. Right.
Okay.
Then he totaled my car. So, but I had it for quite a while. But anyways, so we wanted something really safe, and we didn't want to be very risky. So we wanted to make sure we bought in a really nice neighborhood. So we, you know, looked at the demographics, and we looked up, you know, we drove through the neighborhood and how are people treating their property and what types of tenants are we going to get here? So we would drive around and see who's outside on the weekend mowing their lawn, what kind of people are playing outside. You know, do we like this neighborhood? We wanted a neighborhood that we would feel comfortable living in, honestly. Like, for our first one, we wanted it to be something really safe and secure, right? Not big risk takers. So we bought a 3-bedroom, 1-bath property that needed just minor cosmetic work. I think we put probably less than $1,000 in materials into the property. We scraped the ceilings. I wouldn't do that again. We painted the whole house and we cleaned it really well. We really didn't do much initially to the property. Did a lot of yard cleanup and stuff like that. Me and my mother-in-law, she didn't. She was out here for that one. She helped out with the yard. She's 60 and helps out. She's great. But that's kind of the thing. Like, when we're still like that, and it's really hard, especially now that I'm on Instagram and social media, and everyone talks about how they bought 300 houses in 1 year, and you know this, you know, million. They're all 5 years old. I'm only 5 years old, and I have bought 100 houses this year. I see Andy laughing because you guys know it's true. Like, that's the stuff that you hear, and it's like, is that what I want? No, but it's really hard, especially to be, you know, an authority online, but then, oh, I only have seven rental properties. What does that make me? A nobody, you know? And it's like, no, I think what that makes me is smart, because my houses bring me in $100,000 a year in rental income, and I don't have to do much work, and I self-manage. They're all in the highest appreciating areas you can get while still cash flowing, right? In Memphis. And these are properties that I'm never really going to want to sell. These are ones that I'm going to want to keep forever. So, so we're on the same page as Blake and I, as far as we want properties that are safe, you know, good neighborhoods, high quality schools, you know, the best we can get in the area and still have it cash flow. And sometimes that means buying a house and putting money into it, like to fix it up, and leaving that loan alone.
Right.
And not doing a cash out refinance, because if we did, it wouldn't cash flow.
Yeah. No alligators, folks. No alligators.
Right. So, but to be in the neighborhoods you want that are going to appreciate well, and you're going to get those 6-figure income earner tenants that buy Pottery Barn furniture. Love to have that.
Yeah.
Any day.
I think, you know, I think most people would benefit from just getting to 4 rentals. You're on 7 going to 8. It's, you know, if you get to 10, I mean, that is so amazing. Your life's fundamentally different, you know, when you get to be in your 50s. And that should be the goal for most of us. Just get to 4. This nonsense about being 5 years old and only 3,000 units, I can promise you that's going to end badly for lots of people. We're already seeing syndications blow up, and it has just started. The nonsense that went on in that space with bad debt, crazy assumptions, you know, I've been warning about it for a year, and it started. So yeah, definitely stay focused. Michelle has a question I think is wonderful. How do you stay focused with all the different avenues in real estate? You could flip, you could wholesale, you could Airbnb, you could midterm rental, you could blah, 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 blah. How do you stay focused?
I don't feel like I need to be proficient in every one of them, and I'm not. I pick one that I like, that excites me, that I'm good at, and I leave it alone, and I do that one, and I make it easy. I don't have to. Grass is always greener on the other side. Now I'm going to do short-term rentals, which I might still do one of those. Now I'm going to do midterm rentals, or I'm going to do arbitrage, or I'm going to go flip. I'm going to wholesale. Oh my God. You know, which one of those is right for you, and go do that one. Me, it's long-term rentals. They're easy, they're fun. And once I've done the initial work, I don't have to do much work after that. It's smooth sailing. Put in good tenants and you're golden.
Yeah.
I don't do the other ones. That's the answer.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's just there are lots of shiny. I think April will talk about this later. Shiny pennies, I think she calls them, or maybe that's on. I've heard it so many times it's in my head. There's so many shiny pennies. Just find one and focus. And if you have to, frankly, because again, you know, in social media, sometimes you just need to block people, right? If you're getting distracted with all these other avenues, that really is on you, right? So figure out your lane, figure out your thing, and go. Obviously, I was long-term buy and hold forever. I never flipped anything. I don't do any flipping until I retire because I'm bored. But I earned that right after 15 years. And I don't do short-term rentals, don't do midterm. But yeah, I guess where I've come to is I appreciate there's lots of ways to make lots of money in real estate. You only need to be good at one. And for me, that means focus. So that's what I do.
Yeah.
Justin, did you find that moving from a state that is very difficult to find rentals to a state that's more positive cash flow causes the change in mindset and how you would like to invest? Oh, that's interesting. So you go from California, where you can't afford anything, to Memphis, which clearly is more affordable. What happened to your mindset when you got, like, when you were looking at real estate in Memphis? You know, what'd you think?
So we were looking at Memphis before I moved to California. And that's when I said, oh my gosh, there's so many rental opportunities there. Like, we can buy rentals there. We can buy a whole block, you know. Then I realized I don't want those blocks.
Yeah, you learned that later. Yeah, don't want
that later. But it did change my mind, and especially with the evolution of social media and the internet, because back then, like, Facebook was barely a thing, and it was like, how are you feeling today? Emoji, be sad. You know, that was social media. That was Facebook. That was how you could get, you know, information out there in the world, was that sort of thing. So back then I didn't understand there, you know, there wasn't Zoom, and there wasn't, you know, all of these there wasn't this great technology that we have today. So now I mean, buying out of state is so easy with technology. And now that since COVID, everyone has to do so many, had to learn to do so much virtual. It's even easier for those people that were lagging on, those contractors who didn't want to do videos. Guess what? They had to learn how to do videos in COVID, or they wouldn't be getting paid. They wouldn't get jobs if they didn't do videos. You know, same with real estate agents and stuff like that. So with technology, and especially since COVID, it's easier than ever to get, you know, help to buy out of state. And honestly, most of the people that I work with now are all like, I kind of do what Michael does. I help new investors find, you know, rental properties and understand their markets. And they're mostly all doing it remotely out of state. So it can definitely be done now, as long as you can take the fear away and replace that fear with knowledge. Like, as Michael always says, know your market, know your market. Yep. Know your market, have a team. And the fear of buying out of area is no longer there.
Yeah. We'll go to Mandy next. What has been your biggest challenge in real estate, and how did you overcome it?
So I'll say our biggest challenge has been that we like to do everything ourselves. I don't like to pass out things. I want to manage. I want to do the rehabs. I want to do it all. So that has hindered us from moving along. You know, when Michael's like, how long is it going to take you to rehab that house? And I laughed. Well, last year we bought a house in March and it wasn't ready to go until like August. Yeah. You know, so hiring people to, you know, passing on some of those duties, hiring a contractor, letting go some of that, and realizing that it's not going to be 100% quality if I don't do it myself. So that's our challenge, is that it takes us longer to rehab, which, you know, we can only do so many houses at a time ourselves. We have money. We could buy more properties if we let go some of the work. So that's our challenge. We're working on it. Yeah. We're working on it.
It's funny. My biggest challenge in the beginning was actually the exact reverse. Because again, I bought out of area, and of course I had a day job where I was all over the place. So for me, it was building a team. And unfortunately, you know, you got to kiss a lot of frogs, and we didn't do it perfectly. No, I don't think you can do it perfectly. We made some mistakes. We fired the first PM, 5 PMs, property managers. We had some contractors do us dirty. But over time, your network, you get to meet more people. It gets better. You build out your team. So it's funny. You did everything yourself, and for me, I had to build a team. And it's there was definitely some pain there in the beginning. So we have a question from Crystal that might be legal oriented, which I try to avoid, but we will read it and see how you want to answer it, Casey. Okay. We have received different advice from different people in our network. Do you make all your purchases in your business entity, or are you doing your deals in your name and utilizing traditional lending?
Sure. Disclaimer, I'm not a financial person. Anything that I say is my opinion only. Okay. We utilize a Fannie and Freddie, you know, loans. So we have started now just buying them in Blake's name. So we used to buy them together because I didn't have a job, so it didn't really matter to me, right? I do have some income from my coaching business now. So now I'm like, okay, I could probably buy some houses on my own. So now we've started putting them in Blake's name only. So, because, you know, you can have 10 government loans per qualifying income person. Qualifying income. Okay. If you don't have an income, you're not getting a loan from them. So, you know, we're close to maxing out 10. So the last one and this one are just going to be in Blake's name only, because he's probably going to quit. So it's like, well, you know, retire. So let's maximize what you can get now while it's easy, and then I'll get the rest. So and as far as the LLC, really, I always say it depends on your state. Like, I know California is so expensive to have one of those. I think in Indiana, it's like $25 a year. California, $800. I think in Memphis, it's $300. So what are the pros and cons? I would say talk to a CPA and a real estate attorney and get both their opinions. I have talked to both of those kinds of people 4 times over, and they all say something different. So finally, we got a CPA this time, and he told me to put all my properties in an LLC so I could take advantage of the real estate professional designation and get extra tax breaks. So we did that last year in December. I haven't filed my taxes yet. We got an extension. I got too much paperwork, but that's what we did. Now, I'm not real happy about it, really, because I like to represent myself when I go to court for evictions. And now my properties are in LLC. I can't do that. And I have to hire an attorney. So, so there's pros and there's cons. So before you make any decision, it's not always about protecting yourself. There's other ways to protect yourself. It doesn't always have to be, like, you know, umbrella, for example. You could take the risk. Everything's a risk. What's worth it to you? You have to decide on your own situation. Are the costs worth it to you? Do you have enough properties for it to make sense? and talk to the CPA and talk to the real estate attorney and kind of figure out for you and your situation, what is worth it for you to do.
There you go. How did you learn about renovations when fixing up a house with dad? How did you recommend others learn basics who have no experience? Ooh, that's a good one.
With dad, my dad has fixed up stuff his whole life. He used to have a painting business. Remember, he was an entrepreneur. He had did a lot of different things. So he used to have a painting business, and he used to help. I don't know. He used to do things when I was a little girl. I don't remember. So we didn't have YouTube back then. So I don't know how he figured out how to do all that stuff, but he did. And so I made a lot of Home Depot trips with him. Lowe's wasn't around yet. A lot of Home Depot trips. And then I married someone who likes to learn too, how to do that stuff. And it's YouTube University.
Yeah.
YouTube University, go YouTube it and learn it and try, fail, try the same thing, spend 4 hours on YouTube learning how to do one plumbing technique. But guess what? Now you know how to do it.
Yeah.
So
what I would tell a new investor, if you're doing out of area or whatnot, is really inside a house, there's only so many things. And I would try to get the basics, right? If you're looking on the outside, you can go get quotes to how much to paint a house. Windows, you can generally, $400 installed or whatever it happens to be in your area. Flooring, carpet, versatile. I would break it down into the biggest parts. You don't need to figure out how to rewire a house or how to replumb. I mean, there are bigger things, but if you just start with the basics, you're going to get better. Like, how much does it cost, to lay linoleum? How many square? You can get a quote. You can go to Lowe's and just ask them, right? Hey, my house is 1,450 square feet. If I was going to buy this, what would a quote look like? You can really start to improve subtly. And then there's nothing like going through houses with contractors, right? Once you get a relationship and you start building from there, you can go. But I think every new investor, you'd be shocked what you could learn by going to Home Depot or Lowe's and getting a quote for some work. So those are things that I would do. All right. Anybody else want to ask a question out loud? Nobody. I don't see any hands raised, so I'm just going to keep going down the list. Cody is next. Cody, how do you balance taking calculated risks in this environment versus being too conservative? Personally, I'm okay with taking some risks right now, as I'm still away from financial independence and want to get there soon as possible. There you go.
Well, I think that, everybody is their own person and we all have our own risk level, and whatever you're comfortable with is okay, and that you shouldn't compare yourself to other people. So for us, we're just pretty conservative. And I think the more money that you have, the more risk you would feel comfortable taking. People that have no money probably aren't wanting to take a ton of risks. People that have money to lose because wouldn't care if they lost it, those people are taking more risks. And I think that you'll find that out there in the social media world too. The people, the big dogs out there are the ones taking the risks because they have the money to lose. It's those little people who are like, I'm not going to do that. But you're like, but that guy's doing it. That guy's taking that big risk. So probably I should too. Don't be stupid and fall into that trap, because your little money that you have is precious to you. Make smart investments and wise decisions until you have the money to take those big risks. That's my opinion.
Yeah, for me, it always boils down to the numbers, right? The part of buy box and the spreadsheet that we all build in the course that I want you to kind of get after is you're supposed, hopefully what happens is you build confidence in yourself. So what may seem risky day one is not risky day 90, because you can articulate, hey, I've looked at 17 homes or 47 homes or whatever it is, and this is the best deal because of blah, 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 right? So what I'm trying to hopefully give people in this is, if you are focused and you do the work, you should be building confidence in yourself. And when you're confident in yourself and the numbers, the risk goes away. So that's what I'm trying to get to. We got a question from Crystal that is for you, Casey.
Okay.
May I also ask a mother, what does your day look like? Any tips to balance the mother role while beginning phases of building your portfolio? That's an awesome question. And let's remind people, how many kids do you have, Casey?
3.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah. So really, like, as far as the properties that I own, I hardly talk to my tenants at all. So I bring in a regular sized person's income from my rentals without really doing any work all day long. So my day is whatever I want it to be. I don't spend my day managing my portfolio because there's nothing to do. unless I have a tenant that moved out, and I have to do tenant placement, or I have rehab going on, or I bought a new property like we're doing now. Then you got some work to do. But otherwise, the regular day-to-day, that's why I like long-term rentals, because there is no work. That's why I choose it over the other investment opportunities that are out there, because it's more of a passive thing. Like the money is great, and it's good. Yeah, I can make more as doing short-term rentals, but that also is more work. And I'm not looking for a second job for myself. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I don't want to do midterm rentals either. I'm not doing short-term rental arbitrage, and I don't want to do wholesaling, and I don't want to flip. Maybe one day when Blake retires, he said he would like to flip because he enjoys that stuff. It's not like we're so old we don't want to work again with us on the couch eating bonbons.
Right.
You're like, no, we want to make money. So my day-to-day now while my kids are in school is I do my coaching. Like, that's what I like to do, is teach other people. I do my Instagram. And I can make my day whatever I want. I can go to the zoo with Cody, my littlest. I can go to Costco during the middle of the day and not have to do the weekend lines that we all hate. I can do whatever I want. So
yeah.
That's the thing with long-term rentals, is that they're pretty easy. You don't make amazing money with them, but over time you make more and more and more and more, and your appreciation, your net worth grows.
Casey, let's go back to the beginning. So you moved from California to Memphis. You have how many kids at that point?
We had a 2-year-old and a 3-week-old when we moved.
Okay, so you moved to Memphis. How long are you there before you buy your first rental? A year?
3 years. 3 years.
3 years. All right. So at some point between moving there and getting that first rental, you decide you want to do a rental. So you probably have a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old when you're doing this. How do you start learning a market? Like, are you putting your kids in a car and you're driving around with them? How are you networking? Let's paint that vision for a mom. How did you do that during the day? Because now they're not in school, right? They're young.
Right.
They could be crying. You got to change their diapers. Let's talk about that time.
Yeah, they came with us. I mean, when we were rehabbing one house, I was breastfeeding my newborn on the empty floor, on the hardwood floor in the bedroom, while my husband was demoing a kitchen. So they came with us. That was their weekends and after work. As they came to the houses, I brought them snacks and I brought them a blanket to lay on. And we didn't have video games and stuff like that at the time, so we would bring them some frisbees and some cards or whatever games they wanted to play, and bubbles and snacks and snacks and snacks. And they got to hang out there and just run around while we fixed up the house. Yeah. And while we're looking for properties to buy, so we're going to go out to eat, but on the way to going out to eat, we're going to drive through some houses. Sure, it's taking a long time. When are we going to get there? Real soon, just around the corner, as we're driving these neighborhoods, taking notes. And of course, doing research online, you can go to city-data.com and other sorts of data websites and learn about the demographics and learn the rent to price ratio by figuring out all the data info that you want to see. Is that the neighborhood you want? Looking up prices online, doing comps, being the realtor in me that I had. What are houses selling for? What's my expenses going to be? What are properties renting for? Can I get a house that I buy to look like this and cash flow? Running the numbers and learning my market. And I could do all of that from my phone, on my computer. Blake and I would share doing that. And just kids would have to come with us. And when they were little, they didn't know any better. And we just brought them some snacks and some toys.
There you go. Well, Casey, do me a favor. It's been so fast, this hour together.
Very fast.
Let's make sure people know where to follow you, because I'm sure lots of people are going to reach out to you on Instagram, and because you're doing amazing things. What is your Instagram page?
My Instagram is @brick-by-brick-wealth. And I'm there all the time. Website too, starting my YouTube channel back up, so you can find me there as well. And Twitter, trying all the places, but I'm mostly on Instagram all the time, and got my website up as well. So you can find more info, brick-by-brick-wealth.com.
So we couldn't get to all questions. We're going to bring up April Crosley here in a minute, but if you have some questions, burning desire, you now know how to send her a DM or a message. She is also a weekly guest. So if you would like me to tackle certain topics, you can, of course, reach out to me, and we talk every Monday at 10 a.m. We try to do 2 or 3 videos together. Casey, thank you very much. Thank you for being so flexible. You changed on a moment notice for us. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm going to bring up April Crosley now. Thank you so much.
Thanks, you guys.
All right. Where did April go? Hey, April, how are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
I can. The one and only April Crosley from Lazy Girl REI. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well. We go back a long ways.
Yeah. Yes, we do.
Yes, yes. And folks, if you don't know who April Crosley is, you are clearly missing out. Her story is so amazing. I had to include it in my second book, 15 Conversations with Real Estate Millionaires. So April, if somebody doesn't know your story, let's give them the background on who April is, and we'll get into questions for you.
Sure. So I'll give you guys a real quick background. I worked in healthcare for 13 years, and I apologize for that if I'm echoey. My house is empty. I just moved. But I worked in healthcare for 13 years, and I retired from my healthcare career when I was 35. So I always tell people my degree is in biology, so you shouldn't believe anything I say about real estate. I started flipping houses in 2004 because my now husband, who I was dating at the time, had 2 small rental properties, and we went on vacation, and I don't sit still very well, and he had a book laying around, and so I picked up the book to read it, to learn like, just what is this book? And I knew nothing about real estate. I was not financially educated. I don't have a contractor background. My degree is in biology. Everything's very like black and white scientific based to me at this point. I couldn't even balance my checkbook. Like, I had 0 financial education. I would go to the ATM machine and get a receipt, and that's how I knew how much I had in my bank account for the day. And my husband was like appalled by that, So backstory, prior to reading that book, I had my son when I was 16 years old. So I come from a background of, I was on welfare after I had my son, and I put myself through college. I paid my whole way through college, had all this college debt, was getting off welfare, all of this when I picked up this book in 2004. And this book was all about how you can buy a house and people will pay the house down for you, and then you can sell it and you keep all that money. And I said to my husband, like, that is so crazy. Why would people pay off someone else's house? And I'm like, that's ridiculous. This cannot be true. This book has to be a lie. And he's like, that's exactly what you're doing. Like, it didn't even click to me that I was renting a house from a landlord where I was living with my son and paying off my landlord's mortgage every month. So my husband helped me buy my first house. And then I got to see that whole process of just like buying a house as a homeowner. He's like, you have a really good job. Like, I worked in trauma, critical care, ICU. He was like, you have a really good job. You should buy a house. And I was like, why would someone buy a house? Like, I don't understand this. So read this book, learned about why you should buy a house, bought a house. And then I became obsessed. Like, I believe if you want to be successful at something, you have to become obsessed with it. And if you can't become obsessed with it, this isn't your path and you need to find something else. So I became completely obsessed. I read every book, took courses, everything, flipped my first house in 2004. So I'm like old, okay? Flipped my first house in 2004 with none of my own money, didn't know anything about contracting, nothing. I don't even really like change light bulbs. You won't catch me dead in a Home Depot. To this day, it gives me severe anxiety. I will not step into those stores. I don't do any of that crap. So flipped my first house in 2004. Then I was flipping houses, bought my first 6 unit in 2005, I think, or 2006. And then I kind of just for a few years was flipping some houses, buying some single family, some small multi, flipping some houses, buying some single, like just like playing, like dabbling. I had a very intense job. I was just doing it on the side. I didn't care about doing it full time. And if anyone works in healthcare or has worked in healthcare, you know that healthcare has gone really downhill. I got into it to help people. It's now a business. It's disgusting. It's nothing about helping people anymore. And every day I would come home from my job, I would cry. And then I started crying before I went into work because I'm like, this is not why I got into this field. I can't even care for my patients like I should. I can't do this anymore. And my husband just looked at me and he's like, you know, if you put half the time into doing real estate consistently, like you devote to your boss and your job, you could quit your job and just do this full time. And I was like, well, damn, smack me in the face. Like, alrighty then. So my husband was like, you should really like consider putting more time into this. So I what I did then is I flipped 3 houses a year for 3 years in a row, because I knew we bought all our rental properties. I buy everything with none of my own money. If you guys don't know about me. So I don't put money down. I buy with other people's money. I don't use my own money. My cash on cash return is infinite. I used a bank twice. It's a horrible experience. I hate having to finance things. So, what I did, but I knew I was smart enough to know at this point, by this time, when I'm actually like now financially educating myself, if I want to buy rentals and do cash out refinances, I have to be able to qualify for that cash out refinance. And the only way I'm going to do that is if I fit in the bank's box. And this is why I don't like banks to this day. You have to play their stupid little game of like fitting into their box. So to them, if I would have just been like, I'm quitting my job, I couldn't get my cash out refinances. Okay. So when I quit my job, I was able to go back to the bank and they were like, well, I don't know, you're not working at your W-2 anymore. I'm like, no, I'm not. But for the past 3 years, I've been flipping houses and I've made more money flipping houses than I did at my W-2. So I replaced my W-2 with, I call it another job, because flipping houses is a job. Like if you're working on your properties and you're flipping houses, you have a job. All you did was trade a regular job for someone else for a job working for yourself. And it's pretty terrible. But I'm like, all I did was I have another job. And they were like, oh, you actually have been making more money. And people, I'm telling you, I was only flipping 3 houses a year to replace my income. So when you see all this stuff about wholesale 100 houses a year, flip 50, buy 50 rentals in a year, it's such crap. Like 3 houses a year to this day can still get most people out of their jobs. So replace my income by flipping 3 houses a year, then just kept like flipping houses, buying small multifamily rental properties, quit my job when I was 35, raised more private money, started buying more multifamily properties, got sick of my single family rentals. This might sound crazy to you guys, but I've sold most of my single family rental portfolio over the past couple of years. When you start out in real estate, sometimes you have to try some things. Like I had a coach that was like, buy in really low income areas because that's where the high cash flow is, and that'll get you out of your job faster. And it's going to be amazing. Well, I didn't know any better. I was young. So I'm like, yeah. So I bought all these properties in the inner city where I live, held on to them for 10 years and was like, that was probably the most terrible advice I've ever gotten, because did they cash flow well? No. On paper, they look like gems until you realize what you're dealing with and how much damage you have to your properties and like what your maintenance and turnover costs are. And I was like, these are not any better. They're horrible. So I've gone through phases where I like sold a bunch of my city portfolio, and then I sold a bunch of my single families, because at the end of every year, you should look at how your properties are performing. In my market, it's different in every market. In my home market, what I call my home base market, my small multifamily properties perform way better than my single families. The only reason I know that is because I track my key performance indicators. I look at the end of every year at all my properties, and I'm like, this one is crap. It has not been performing. We've got equity in it. We're getting rid of it. And we would sell it. I take that cash, I invest passively in syndications. I get amazing tax deductions by investing in syndications. So I got into private lending. I private lend to flippers. I passively invest into syndications. Then I decided to sell my house, travel the United States in my RV. I self-manage my portfolio. So if you guys have questions about that, my home base is in Pennsylvania. I lived out west for 1.5 years in my RV, and I managed my entire portfolio from the other side of the country. And then while I was out and about, I was like, well, I'm going to buy a mobile home park. So I bought this mobile home park. So I own a mobile home park. And then after that, I was like, well, I want to do things that have a little more purpose. So I bought shared housing. So now I own 4 shared houses in Tennessee that I rent to a nonprofit. So my home base is Pennsylvania, but I passively invest in syndications in Texas, Florida, Pennsylvania. My mobile home parks in Tennessee, and my shared housing is Tennessee. I still have a wholesaling business to this day. I have a business partner that helps me run that. She does 90% of it. I do 10%. Can't take credit for how well that does. She's amazing. So to this day, we're still wholesaling. And I'd buy a multifamily if it was really good. I'd still buy rentals, but I'm really like looking to do projects that have purpose and like impact communities. So that's where I'm at today.
Yeah,
So
you've really evolved. Yeah, no, that's why you're here.
Answer.
There you go. So we'll get into it. A question from Vatsal. For self-management, what policies do you wish you had from day one that
yeah.
you've implemented since then?
Oh yeah, never pick up rent, never allow people to pay by the mail, never meet your tenants. You're never the landlord, never. Like when I started investing, I didn't know a lot. So I was like investing alongside my husband, and just like fast forward, my husband's not involved in our investing business at all anymore. So like I just come to him like, hey, I'm buying this 8 unit. Okay. Like I'll let him know. And he's like, yeah, that's great. Looks good. Or I'll just be like, so I'm gonna buy this mobile home park. So just want to let you know about that. Like he's completely removed, like does something else that's his passion. I'm fine with that. But I was following his lead when we first got into this, and he had 2 small rental properties, but he's very old school. He'd go out, he'd pick up checks and blah, blah, blah. I was like, this is, but once you get a lot of them, you're like, this is bananas. You got to find a different way to collect rent. Like you got to run your business or your business is running you. And I'm huge on that. And now to this day, I tell people are like, how do you get in the position where you run your business and it doesn't run you? I'm like, if you can't have your business and live on the other side of the country and your business still keeps ticking, you have a job. Your business owns you. You don't run your business. So every time someone asks me to do something or be at a meeting or I have to do something with a property, I'm like, would I be doing this if I was on the other side of the country? No, I wouldn't. So I don't do it. I don't let my business run me. You have to set up systems. In the beginning, it was not like that. I was ripping out carpet. I was painting places. I was inspecting properties. I was doing it all. But as you evolve, it can't stay like that. So after we had a couple rentals, I was like, this is bananas that I'm like waiting for checks to come to a PO box. Everybody's paying online. And my husband's like, everybody is going to leave. All the tenants are going to leave. Like he had so much anxiety about it. I'm like, they're not going to leave. They're not going to find a better place that's at a more reasonable price to live. They're never going to leave. I switched everyone over to online. There were probably a handful of tenants that gave me pushback about it. And I simply just said to them, I'm sorry, this is how we run our business. I understand if it's not a fit for you. I will gladly accept your 30 days notice to leave so that you can live somewhere where a business is a better fit for you. But this is how I run my business. So all my rent's collected online, and I would never tell anyone I'm the landlord. I used to do that back in the beginning, and now I don't. All their maintenance requests come online. They have my cell phone number, but they think I'm the property manager, and it's only to be used for emergencies. If they text me for anything, I will text them back that's non-emergency and say, please put this through the maintenance request via your online portal. Our elderly patients, sorry, you can tell I'm from healthcare. It sticks in the subconscious. My elderly tenants who might not have online access, we set it up with a family member. My low-income tenants, a lot of people are like, low-income tenants don't have bank accounts. I'm like, so you're going to let your business run you because of that? Or are you going to drive them to the bank and set up a bank account? I drive them to the bank. Here's how you set up a bank account. You have to have a bank account. And really, it starts from the beginning. Like we advertise online. We don't talk to people. We don't meet people in person. We do a self-showing lockbox on our rentals. So from the beginning, everything is done online so that they're used to that and they're trained that like, if you want to live here, you have to be able to do things online. We will not meet you, coddle you, this, that, and the other thing. So I wish I would have done that from the beginning. I kind of had to backtrack and set everyone up that way.
There you go. This is a question from Don. It leans towards financial advice, which neither you or I get, but it'd be interesting just to play with this. I don't know if you can see it, but it says, I have 3 rental properties with lots of equity and they cash flow. Unfortunately, I have life event that requires equal distributions of assets. I have to refinance if I want to buy out the properties. Would it be worth depleting majority of my 401k to pay some off, refinance at today's rates, or should I sell? I would like a perspective from experts in real estate.
You don't want a perspective from experts in real estate. You want to get on a phone call with your accountant and your attorney, trust me, and see how a sale is going to financially impact you. So you want to look at your refinance numbers first and see, does it make sense to refinance? Are they still going to cash flow? Because we all know what's happening with interest rates right now. So you want to make sure they're still going to cash flow. Should you sell them? You can't answer that question until you talk to, I've learned to have my accountant and my attorney on every phone call together. Otherwise,
Yeah,
one tells me to
that's
do one and another
yeah.
tells me to do another. And then at the end of the year, they're like, why did you do that? Blah, blah, blah. And they're butting heads and sticking me in the middle. So I would definitely consult them before you make a decision.
Yeah, there's not enough there. Yeah,
They know your whole picture,
Yeah.
whole picture. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the key, what April said there is, and I made this mistake in the beginning. Don't be the good go-between. Get the lawyer and the account on the same phone call, so they can duke it out a little bit. Oh, here you go. This is one for you. A good one for you, April. Can you talk about the 3 top ways you find deals or off-market deals? Sorry. I missed that.
Yeah,
Off-market deals.
we only buy off market. We don't buy on the market. I have nothing wrong with buying on the market at all. If you have the patience to look at the MLS and track all that and do all that, kudos to you. I think there are some good deals that are coming on the market now. But we've done off market since 2004. It's just our jam. It's what we do. So we do direct mail. I love niche lists, like Drive for Dollars, Inherited, low income, low credit score lists. Those are like my favorite mailing lists. And then I'll take my mailing list, skip trace them, upload them to Facebook, and we do Facebook ads where we run Facebook ads to the email addresses that we got from our skip trace lists. And then I also have a website that ranks really well, and we do cold calling. So those are our primary methods for getting deals, but nothing has ever performed better than direct mail still to this day. And I'm not just saying that like like we have KPIs that we track on all of that. So we have numbers on all of that.
When you do direct mail, are you doing postcards, letters, change it up? What do you do?
Postcards only because in the markets I'm in, we're in several markets, we will cross test everything, and letters have never outperformed postcards ever.
There you go.
Yeah.
Looks like we have somebody with a raised hand, folks. Again, if you wanted to ask a question of April, you can just raise your hand. This is Vatsal. You can go ahead and ask your question.
Hey, thank you so much. My question was just following up on self-management. What software did you use or do you use?
Yeah, there's a lot of different softwares out there. I keep it simple. I use apartments.com. I still to this day use apartments.com. We even remote manage our mobile home park and our shared housing in Tennessee from apartments.com. There's also, oh my goodness, I can't think of the other one. It'll come to me. Or if you message me, I'm sure it'll come to me. We just have like QuickBooks. I have a bookkeeper, all my tenant stuff, all my rent payment and everything goes through apartments.com. There's another one that coordinates your rent payments and like your accounting. Stessa, that's it. Someone just posted it. Yeah, a lot of people use Stessa. Yeah.
Very cool. Jag, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thank you. You just talked a little bit about using QuickBooks, but are there any other systems that you found to be really useful and critical in setting up as you scale your business? Is there something that you would recommend to us as we start scaling as well to watch out for?
Not really. I mean, like, it depends what your business is and what you're doing. I feel like everyone has to have a really good CRM that they use. So like we use Active Campaign. I try to keep everything really simple. But the name of my business is Lazy Girl REI, in case you guys didn't know that. So like, I don't like to do things. I like the experts to do things. So like, I don't want to do my own bookkeeping. I don't want to do that. I don't like doing things. So Active Campaign is my CRM. I love that. I use in our flipping and wholesaling business, we use Podio, which I don't recommend because I think it's way too complicated. But in my multifamily business, I use a system called Forefront. It allows me to send out automatic text messages, automatic voicemail drop campaigns, and you can use those to like stay in touch with brokers and agents and stuff. And also sellers, if you're doing off-market things. Other than that, I don't think so. Just my bookkeeper uses QuickBooks. I couldn't use QuickBooks if I tried. I know nothing about it, so please don't ask me any questions about that. I think that's it.
Sorry, I also meant in terms of legal compliance, just making sure that everything is being filed when it needs to be filed, and you know.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't do anything in my business without an attorney and an accountant. Anything. Like I just follow the lead of my attorney and my accountant. I've changed accountants like 3 times and I interviewed like 6 last year because I think they're one of the biggest like keys to your team and also the most difficult to find. Them and an attorney that truly understands real estate. But as far as like staying in compliance with things and doing things the right way, I don't do anything on my own. I think people who do that are foolish. Like a lot of people say, oh, you can just print off a contract from here or print off a note and mortgage from here or have your title company do it. Attorney. An attorney does everything for me. To this day, I don't care if I've used this private lender 27 times, the attorney's drawing up a new note and mortgage every time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Very cool. John, you have a question? You were next up.
Yeah. Hey, Mike. Just want to say thanks again for bringing everything together here, and also with Casey and April joining. Hey, April. The question is, you mentioned multifamily and mobile home park syndication. My question for you is, do you wish you got into those areas of real estate quicker? Oftentimes you hear people talk about, it's important to understand how to create your system, automate, scale. Do you wish you kind of got into those multifamily mobile home park syndications sooner? Did you feel like that helped you scale and kind of like build up your knowledge more over?
No, I actually really feel like you should stick to what you're passionate about. So I know that sounds crazy because you're like, well, you flip and you wholesale and you own a mobile home park and you do shared housing and you invest in syndications. So let me explain that a little bit. I love small multifamily properties that I can seller finance from old mom and pop sellers who own it 100% outright and just want to continue to make cash flow, but can't stand entitled tenants, which is what we deal with these generations. So if someone came to me and like, do you wish you'd buy another like co-GP on another 100 unit or buy a small multifamily property? All day long, I'd buy another small multifamily property. And that might sound crazy to you, but when you get into syndications and mobile home parks and stuff like that, like I got into syndications just because I've used private money since 2004. So I've been accumulating all these people that have capital, tons and tons of capital. So then people will come to me and be like, hey, do you want to partner with me on the syndication? And your job's going to be like raising capital and coming to look at rehab because you have a background in rehabbing houses and this and that. So I'm passionate about helping people grow wealth with their money. And I don't feel like everyone should own real estate. So I'm connected with a lot of people who just have a lot of money that want to like invest it passively in projects. So that's how I ended up in syndications. And then as someone who's grown her wealth, I've been educating myself on how to not give my money to the government, because I don't know about you guys, but when my accountant's like, you need to pay $90,000 this year to the government, it doesn't make me happy. So
April, what are you talking about? You mean you don't trust the government to spend that $90,000?
I know, right?
I'm just kidding.
So I've been passively investing in the syndication. So that's how I got into the syndication space. But when you do that, you have partners. The capital you raise, all those people are partners. The people that you're a co-GP with, all those people are partners. The more people you have in a project, and the more partners you have, the more complicated things are. If you ask me, I do not enjoy it. Like, I don't enjoy it. I've raised capital, I think 4 times. I've been asked to raise capital probably like 20 times. And I'm like, no. Like, that's how much I don't enjoy having partners all over me about things that they don't understand. They're like investing their money in it and then they want to like freak out about every little hiccup or this or that. And you're like, dude, this is real estate. This is like how things work. And then mobile home parks, I don't like mobile home parks. I don't know anything about mobile homes. I bought the mobile home park because my partner is a mobile home dealer and she likes mobile home parks. And I'm really good at asset management and overseeing a project. So my mobile home park is only 22 pads. It's a baby park. And I'm really good at like setting up remote online management systems and and cleaning up a park and taking control of an asset and making sure that asset's performing and doing whatever it takes to make that asset perform. And she knows about mobile homes and lives locally. Would I buy another mobile home park? Yes, only because I see mobile home parks as like tying into what I want to do with my future vision, which is like projects of purpose. So you could turn a mobile home park into like an affordable tiny home community or something else. That's literally the only reason I would buy more mobile home parks. I think mobile homes are terrible. They're cheaply built. They get damaged very easily. I don't enjoy it. Like, I don't think you have to buy more units does not bring you more anything. It doesn't necessarily bring you more money. It doesn't bring you more freedom. It doesn't bring you more peace. I could get on a whole soapbox about life and what you really need to feel whole here, but more units is not going to do that. I don't worry so much about scaling as I do walking my purpose and making sure I'm on my path and doing what I feel I'm called to do more than scaling.
Hey, great, April. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
April, there you go. April has a question. April, this is fun.
Hi,
Hey.
April. Nice to meet you. So
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you. So I'm also in healthcare, and I love that you say that you walk your purpose. Me and my husband are still trying to build our wealth. We're investing in small multifamily, trying to get into a little bit of a larger one to be able to control that NOI a little bit better and the valuation. But I think I had watched a video where you were in shared housing or in senior housing for disabled. And I love that. We wanted, our dream is to eventually invest in senior living to, be able to provide quality life for seniors, not in a nursing home where they're just lost in the crowd of a million.
Yes.
And so I guess, have you dealt with any sort of operations, building up those operations in your shared housing, or is it more of like a separate company? And how are you finding grants to fund these deals?
Yeah. So first of all, your question excites me so much. I can't answer it fully, but we are literally totally aligned because that is exactly what I'm working on now. So my shared housing, I own 4 like very large, they're like 4,000 square feet ranch homes in Tennessee. And this is my first time dipping my toe into shared housing space because I felt called to do so. This is going to sound completely irrational, and don't follow what I did on this, okay? But I was telling everybody someday I'm going to build an affordable tiny home senior community, and everyone has their reasons why it's impossible. And I'm like, no, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I really want to do shared housing, blah, blah, blah. So in Tennessee, my business partner on the mobile home parks also like in real estate as like an agent or a broker or something, I don't know. And she was like, hey, someone in my office is selling this big house that used to be used for disabled adults. And I was like, what? She's like, it's meant for shared housing. You should come down and look at it. So I go down, literally walked into the house, and like, I'm buying it. I've never been like that with anything else. I am very much like, the numbers make sense or they don't. I have a plan. I know my exit strategy. Everything's lined up. You have to be like that in the beginning if you're new, okay? Now I passively invest in syndications. I've grown my wealth. I have financial freedom. I'm a little not loosey-goosey, but I can take on more risk, okay? Don't do that if you're new. So I was like, buy them. I'm buying them. We are buying these houses. This is what I'm called to do. And I knew this guy, he built them. They were built for shared housing for disabled adults. He built 4 of them. He built 6 of them with grants. He was selling 4 to build more with grants. And we weren't buying them with grants. So normally I use private money, but I know enough, I've used private money long enough that my private investor is my priority in a deal, not myself, not my contractor, nothing. Paying back my private lender is my #1 responsibility. So as a private lender, I would never risk my money on a deal where someone doesn't have an exit strategy. And they're just like, I feel called to do this. I'd be like, you're crazy. I'm not giving you my money. So what I did was I went to a bank and was like, can you give me a purchase and rehab loan, interest only payments for the first 2 years? And I'm going to put 25% down and buy this deal, which pains me because I hate working with banks. I hate putting money down. They have so much paperwork. They do all this underwriting. They're such a pain in the ass. It's horrible. Okay. but I'm like, whatever, I'm going to suck it up because I want to get into shared housing. So I put 25% down, bought this with a purchase and rehab loan, which I actually really liked. Interest only payments. They give me interest only payments for the first 18 months because the house had to be renovated. It was like dated and stuff. No exit strategy. Literally was sweating bullets towards the end of rehab. Like, I'm going to have to sell this house. I'm going to have to sell this house. I'm going to have to sell it. I'm going to have to sell it. I'm going to have to sell this house. Panicking, meeting with everyone in the area that had anything to do with nonprofits. And long story short, just busted my butt with my business partner until a nonprofit was like, this is everything we've been looking for. We want to buy these houses with a grant, but we're not quite there yet. We rent a house now that helps 32 men. We house men that are coming out of prison to help them start their lives over again. We thought we were going to use them for seniors. So I will tell you that's very area dependent, because when we were down there, they were like, we don't need them for seniors. Like, that's not what we need housing for in this area. So I was like, okay, well, divert, like plan B, let's do something else. So this nonprofit, now we have 4 houses, they're fully renovated, and now they house 96 men that are coming out of prison to help restart their lives all over again. The nonprofit's amazing. And I pay taxes, insurance, maintenance. They do lawn care, they pay the trash, they pay all the utilities, they do all the management because they have like a program that the men come through. So I don't do tenant placement, property management, anything like that. So the senior space and finding grants, I'm not there yet, but it's literally all I obsess over every day. So I'm reading this book right now. I forget what it's called, but it's in the Robert Kiyosaki line. And it's basically about, like, I forget if it's called The Conscious Capitalist or something. If you message me, I'll send you a picture of it. But it's about like doing projects with purpose and impact and how to do that. Yeah. So I'm still working on it. Stay in touch with me. For sure.
Thank you. Thank
you. Yeah, you're welcome.
Wow, great. It's 96 people. That's a lot of folks,
amazing.
April.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Switching gears from that, we got a question from a chat. How do you vet good tenants?
So they have to have, and we don't meet any of them. And again, this isn't good for all markets, but we use a system called Tenant Turner. So we have a coded lockbox where the code automatically changes. And we send people, we do everything virtually. They have to scan their ID via Tenant Turner, and then they get like a one-time code to go out and look at the house, and they show themselves the house. And we do that because, in case you didn't know, if you're self-showing and you walk one person through and then the next tenant shows up and you don't walk them through and you let them walk through them by themselves, they can sue you for discrimination. So we want to be completely hands-off. I live in Pennsylvania. You don't play around when it comes to landlord-tenant law here. It's not very friendly. So they self-show. So we're really doing it based on application only. And that's it. I don't recommend self-showing for every market, especially low-income markets where you have people that steal air conditioning units, and there's a lot of break-ins. And if you're in a market with no homeless shelter, because markets that lack homeless shelters tend to have a high population of squatters. Okay. So we use Tenant Turner. So we're really looking at job history. They have to have a lengthy job history, like at least a year. We try to shoot for more than a year. I don't worry so much about credit score. I use mysmartmove.com to do all my credit and background checks. And we don't charge an application fee. The tenant pays for their own credit and background check via MySmartMove, and that's kind of like in place of an application fee. And I look to, it lays out the credit check really simply, so I can see like if they're paying their bills on time and what bills they're paying and what bills they're not paying. Like most of America doesn't pay their medical bills. So if you're not paying your medical bills, I don't really care. Nobody pays their medical bills anymore. That'll be like, well, the crisis is already here, but it'll be a massive crisis at some point. And then, so credit background, we look for prior evictions. Yeah, and income has to be 3 times the rent, like no exceptions.
No exceptions.
And you have to collect pay stubs. because people will tell you their income's 3 times the rent and what they make per hour, and then they send pay stubs, and you're like, you do realize you actually don't make that per hour, or
That's not how math works.
that's only 1.5 times the rent. They don't know, so you have to really check. So it's really all factual based. Like, we won't meet anyone and base it off of that.
One question I had from earlier, April, you talked about liking the small multis. Can you put a number? Are we talking like the 6, the 8s, the 10s, or what are we talking
Yeah,
about?
I love stuff like that. Like 6 units, 8 units, 10 units, 12 units, 20 units. Like, people are like, they're so much harder to property manage. You just need to get a 100 unit with a professional management company. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, I don't been there. Don't like those as much.
Don't like those. Yeah.
So, I like that little niche.
Yeah,
I like
me
that
too.
mom and pop niche with the small multis. I just love it. I love it.
I agree. Jen, you had the next question?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi, okay, good. Hi, April. Thank you for coming on and talking with all of us. My question is about the multifamily space, and wanted to ask, how you are finding these deals, and if it's through your connections and things like that, then what's your advice for people, the newer investors trying to get into the space that don't have these connections? Wanted to hear your advice on that.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So here's my advice. I have no connections at all. I'm pretty much a hermit. Like, I don't leave my house much. So when Mike talks about like meeting 2 new people a week and this and that, and agents giving you deals, I don't do that because I have like anxiety, and so I'm kind of a hermit. So for those of you that can sympathize with that, I find sellers and talk to sellers. I'm really good at talking to sellers. I'm really good at it. So I will pull mailing lists for multifamily, which you can do from PropStream, Batch Lead Stacker, or something like Prospect Now or Reonomy, which have like they're more expensive, but they have larger commercial databases. Or I'll get an agent to pull a public records list for me from the MLS of all the multifamily properties in my area, which can be a little sticky because sometimes you pull them because they're labeled apartments or commercial. Sometimes it's by land use code. So you have to be really careful about what you're pulling there and make sure it's accurate. And then I will send them like handwritten note cards or personalized letters, and I will stalk them. So I will literally send them letters constantly, and I will slide dial them because I don't like to call people because most people don't pick up anyway their phone if they don't recognize your number. So I have the app slide dial, and it bypasses the telephone ring. So it goes right to the person's voicemail, and then I leave them a voicemail. Don't mass voicemail people or mass text unless you know the laws in your state surrounding that, because a lot of people have gotten fined, very big fines from TCPA because they're doing that and shouldn't be doing it. So direct to seller. I'm all about direct to seller. It's great if you're talking larger multifamily though, like 50, 75, 100. This is another reason I like the small mom and pops. They're savvy enough to know that it's great for them to have the cash flow, but they're not as arrogant as the 100-unit multifamily sellers. Like, there's just an arrogance there that's icky. Even the broker arrogance in that space is like so icky, and it's worse over the past couple of years. So I really like the small mom and pop space for letters, but if you're getting into kind of like bigger stuff, your broker connections are going to be everything. Like, you have to be connecting with brokers.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. What you said is exactly like me and my husband. We're hermits. We don't like to talk to people, but the direct to seller is probably going to be a challenge. But I have PropStream, so you feel that those when you skip trace, that's accurate, because I've heard PropStream isn't great sometimes.
It's very market by market, and I can say that because we're in a bunch of different markets. So in some markets, PropStream is very accurate. In other markets, it's not. So the only way to know is to pull a list, drive past the properties, or if it's not your home market, have someone else drive past them. Or if you're living on the one side of the country and buying on the other, have someone, your boots on the ground, drive past them so you can see if what PropStream is giving you is matching up with what's actually there. That you're really going to have to cross-reference different list sources. Like, PropStream is great. It's phenomenal in some markets, gives us a better return than the other list brokers. In some markets, it's not. But I can say the same about Prospect Prospect Now and Reonomy. Like I pulled the list from Prospect Now the other day and I pay, I don't know, $4,000 or $5,000 a year for that software. And the list was completely inaccurate.
Yeah.
So
the one thing I want to poke at a little bit, April, is you're talking about going direct to sellers, and that's not actually accurate, at least not in my opinion. You're going direct to owners, and then you're initiating conversations, hoping to find a seller, because that's a very different conversation that I don't think a lot of people realize.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily they're like, I want to sell, and they're putting up some kind of smoke signal and I'm sending them a letter. Like I'm just reaching out to people.
So talk about that. Cause again, you're reaching out to a mom and pop, let's call them they're in their 70s. They own it free and clear. All the things that are like go green lights for you, but your first contact, they're an owner. So how does that conversation go? Like, are you just trying to establish a relationship? Are you talking about the pros and cons of seller financing? Where does April go? Let's assume they called you back and said, you know what? I'm thinking about it. What does April do in that conversation?
So I'm usually like, hey, thanks for reaching back out. I sent you a letter because I own multifamily in the area and I saw that you own a multifamily, and I love connecting with other investors in the area. Even if you don't want to sell, I would love to like hear about how being a landlord in the area has been going for you. Exactly. How long have you owned the property? People love to talk about themselves, so you don't really have to talk that much. That's why God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth, so you can listen more, which you should do. So I'm just like, that's great. How long have you owned the property for? How have you found tenants to be lately? My tenants have been like super needy and blah, blah, blah. And you just want to like listen to them. Talk and like be friendly, be like, hey, do you want to get together for coffee sometimes? I can't tell you how many small mom and pop multifamily sellers I was mailing them to go after their property, but I was listening to them and I flipped them into a private lender by having coffee with them. Because then I sit down and have coffee with them and I'm like, oh, so like, how do you buy your properties? And they'll be like, well, you know, it's taken me 10 years to buy 3. Because I put 25% down on every one. You've got to work really hard and save up your money. I'm like, oh, wow, that's fascinating. I have never used my own money. It's really interesting. I only use private lenders' money. And then they're like, what's a private lender? Like, just because people understand real estate doesn't mean they buy like you, doesn't mean they understand what private money is, doesn't mean, and I'm like, and then I get on that whole train about explaining that. So
but the key is
you got to build.
You don't go for the close. And I think a lot of people against social media, this one call close and all this other nonsense. It's about relationships. You're trying to build that. And I love how you started. That's exactly how I think most people should go. So we'll go to a question on a chat from Crystal, and then we'll go to Cody next. Crystal says, how are you funding your rehabs? Have you saved all the cash for these down payments and rehab? So talk about how April runs her business.
So if we flip a house, which I think flipping houses is horrible, so I don't do it much anymore. Like I do it if I have to, but I try to wholesale as much as possible, because working with contractors is probably the hardest part of this business that nobody talks about. Everyone thinks it's money or financing or this or that, and it's not. It's freaking contractors. So I use private money for everything: purchase, rehab, closing costs. I don't.
So let's try to paint a deal, right? So you lock up a house for 200 grand. You think the ARVs, I don't know, call it 300. You think you need 50K in repair. So are you going right to a private money lender for the full 250? One loan? Okay.
Got one loan, one lender. Unless I know the lenders or they know each other, then sometimes they'll tag team a loan, but usually one loan, one lender. So the next question a lot of people are going to think is, will you have experience? So private lenders trust you. And if I'm new and I don't have experience, how do I get my whole deal funded? And the easy answer to that is you JV with someone with experience. When I did my first deal in 2004, I had no money in my bank account. I just came off welfare. And while I had a good job, I clearly couldn't manage money. I had no experience and knew nothing about rehab. So a wholesaler brought me a flip project and I was like, I think this is a good deal. And the only reason I knew that is because I paid for coaching and knew for my coaching, it was a good deal. And I took it to my husband and was like, hey, I think this is a really good deal. And he's like, great, we have no money. I'm like, great, let's do the deal. And he's like, okay.
You're not listening.
We have no money. I'm like, awesome. Who has money? And he's like, well, let's take the deal to this guy. He like flips houses in the area and he's very trustworthy. And like, I kind of know him. So we took it to him and he was like, this deal is amazing. I'm like, I know, but I have no money. And he's like, great, let's team up on it, do the deal together. You're going to put in sweat equity. You're going to rip out carpet, do this and that. I'm going to do the deal with you. And then we're going to split the profit at the end, which is what we did. I've done this several times with people in my market now. And at the end of the deal, I found out that it wasn't his money. It was his private money lender's money. And his private money lender came to me and my husband afterwards and was like, you did a really good job on this deal. And this was a phenomenal deal. If you do more deals like this, can you call me and use my money? Because this guy doesn't keep my money busy enough, because now he has his own money and he uses his own money. And that one conversation is the conversation that changed my investing career, because I realized I'm given a choice to use my own money or someone else's money. And to this day, I have my own money. I can use my own money all day long, and I will buy everything with private money, because I'm doing a disservice to other investors by not borrowing their money, because I'm not helping them grow wealth. And the only way I'm going to be able to scale, if I want to build a senior tiny home community, is to keep relationships with private money lenders. And the only way I can do that is by continuing to use my private money lenders. So this private money lender was irritated because this guy was like, I have enough of my own money. Why would I pay you 10%? People say that to me now. Why would you pay someone 10% when you can use your own money? I'm like, because I'm taking my own money and I'm putting it in syndications, or I'm lending it out to other people, and my money is constantly moving. It's called velocity of money. Google it. I'm not going to sit on my money in a bank account where it's making nothing, being like, I'm just going to save that because my next rehab project could be right around the corner and I want to be able to afford that. No, get the freaking money out of the bank account, have it out there making money for you. And if a project comes along, use private money, use someone else's money.
There you go. Cody, next question was from you. Cody?
Yeah, thanks. Hi, April. I just wanted to reach out and, say thank you for all the older videos that you did on seller financing.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Those helped me actually buy a duplex seller financing a couple years
Nice.
ago. So,
that's great to hear.
yeah, thank you. And then I just wanted to know, like, has your strategies changed at all since then for seller financing? And then how do you use it in the market today?
It hasn't really changed at all. I just think like if I'm buying something, I love seller financing. I still love it to this day. I love buying cash. I love the burst strategy. It all works in all markets if you're buying really good deals. If you're not, then it doesn't work, like, because your deals aren't good enough. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say it. So I love seller financing, but I guess the only way it's changed is like as I've gone a little bigger and I have more money of my own in reserves and more trust with private lenders. In the beginning, I would only buy seller financing deals that didn't need a lot of work, because I didn't want to have to like come out of pocket for a major rehab. Whereas now I might like seller finance, be okay with, like, I seller finance this 8 units, probably like an hour away from me, and it needed like 70 grand in rehab. It was an 8 unit. I seller financed for $100,000. Okay. And 30-year amortization, 5% interest rate. I put 70 grand into it of my own money that I didn't need access to. It could go into the rehab. The seller held the financing at that 100,000, 30-year amortization, 5% for 4.5 years. We just did a cash out refi on it, appraised for like 325 or something. So I have none of my own money into the deal. All the rehab money I put into it, I got back out, plus some, plus my seller's money. And that was just like 6 months ago that I did that refi. So I guess my strategy hasn't changed. I'm just a little more willing to leave some of my money in rehab funds in the deal. And like in the mobile home park space and shared housing, a lot of times I'll use now the seller as like a financing structure in second position. So like, hey, When we bought the mobile home park, the bank was like, you need 30% down because it's a mobile home park. We're only going to finance 70. And I'm like, that's great. And the seller's like, I would love to carry 30%. And we're like, that's great. And then we went to like a week before closing, and the bank's like, no, the seller cannot carry 30%. You need a skin in the game. I was like, woohoo. Okay. So you're going to make me bring 5%. He's like, yeah, you have to bring 5%. So I brought 5%, the seller carried 25 and the bank financed the rest. But yeah, I still do the same old seller financing deals I've been doing since 2006. So
yeah, seller financing is powerful once you understand the levers. I'll do them all day long.
Yeah, I love them.
Yep. Question from Jen in the chat. What is the limit when looking at deals and issues on the house? Foundation, plumbing, might as well say electrical. What is your limit? What is your no-go? Anything like that?
That's a great question. So when I first started flipping houses, all that was a no-go. I'm like, I'm not doing any foundation issues. I'm not doing any major rehab. I'm not doing any of that because I'm not comfortable with that stuff. I don't know if my contractors can handle it. I'm really not comfortable. And then it's all about meeting the right people. So this is where Mike's networking thing comes into play. So I went to a networking event in my area for just like local investors. And this new guy was there. And I was like, oh, it was actually my meetup group. I coordinate. I used to run a really large meetup group and I've stopped it, but I had it for years. And this guy comes to the meeting. I've never met him before. So I walk up to him. I'm like, hey, who are you? And he's like, who are you? So I'm like, well, I'm April and welcome to my networking meeting. Who are you? And he's like, my name's Troy. And he's Troy Good. And he's like a great friend of mine now, but he's a contractor. And I'm like, well, what do you do? He's like, I love big rehabs. He goes, I love fire damage, foundation issues, stuff that's falling to the ground. And I was like, you are weird. So left that meeting and was like, I met this super weird guy that likes all this really weird, like bad rehab stuff. And then I was like, is he weird or can I leverage that? So I called him and was like, hey, if I come across deals like this, I'm passing on them. I'm not even doing them. Will you JV with me and we'll split the profit? And he was like, heck yeah. So we've done a couple deals since, like when we come across major issues, he's my guy. We JV on everything.
There you go. Amy, your next question.
Hi, April. Thank you for talking to us today. So my question was if you could go over more how you raise private money, especially in the beginning. Like, did it start off from friends and family, or like just from the very first couple ones? How did you get started on that? Thank you.
That's a great question that could take a long time to answer. So I'll tell you that my friends and family know nothing about what I do. When I told my mom I was quitting my job, she probably thought I was dealing crack or something. Like she thought it was the worst decision. She almost passed out behind the kitchen counter. They don't ask about what I do to this day. They don't know what I do. They don't understand it. They have no idea how many buildings I own. They're just not a clue. So everybody's like, go to your friends and family first. I did a private money presentation for my family after I did a couple flips with someone else, because I was like, I am making strangers so much money. Literally, like strangers are like, do you know how much money you made me last year by borrowing their money? And I'm like, I could be doing this for my parents. So I was so excited to show my parents. So I did a whole PowerPoint presentation on how I was making strangers money, like other private lenders. My parents were like, yeah, no. Okay, thanks. Like,
no,
I was like, okay, like totally deflated me. So then really networking, like at meetup groups, like people just ask what you do. And then they'll be like, hey, well, I actually have money and I want to lend money, but they're not going to tell you that the first time you meet them. And they're not going to stand up and raise their hand and say, I'm a private money lender, because you get bombarded with people like stranger danger that just want to like use your money and you don't know them. It's a very relationship building business. So meetup groups. And then I actually intentionally sought out private money lenders. So I went into public records and I looked at the mortgages that were given in my area. And I looked up, I was looking for mortgages that said like April Crosley to whatever, Realty Capital Group, LLC. And I'm not looking for mortgages that say Wells Fargo to Realty Capital Group LLC. I'm looking for mortgages that say April Crosley to Realty Capital Group LLC. And it's in your public records, in your recorder of deeds where they list the mortgages. And then you pull up the document and it says the private lender's name and the private lender's mailing address. And then I would mail them a letter that says, your private loan made me realize we should talk. So when you send mail, I'm going to tell you one really important thing, maybe a second if I think of it, but don't ever talk about interest rates and tell people that you want to use their money. All you want to do is connect and have coffee, okay? So that the SEC doesn't come after you and fine you and try to throw you in SEC jail. So I just would say your private money loan made me realize we should talk. I've been flipping and investing in the area. I love meeting with other investors. Please call or text this number or email me. I would love to have coffee with you. And I just meet them for coffee and then talk about the weather. And then after I started doing people that I knew did private loans, because I was seeing it right in front of my face in public records, then I started pulling lists of people who were wealthy and had things in common with me. So for example, I'm from a healthcare background, so I would pull a list from a list broker of people who are wealthy, who were doctors. And I would send them a letter that just said, come watch this free webinar about the investments I'm doing in our area. And I wouldn't talk about interest rates or anything. I just show them before and after pictures of houses and stuff we were doing. And you can always team up with someone and do this. Like I team up with other people and do it all the time, do my webinars all the time, all over. And then I'd have coffee with them. And when we sit down with coffee, the reason I target people that have things in common with me is because I want to have something to talk to them about. So I'm like, I invest, we should totally get together for coffee if you ever want to talk about investing. So you get to coffee and the person across the table, I'm like, so it's nice to meet you. What do you do? And they'll be like, oh, I'm a doctor. And I'll be like, no way. I worked in critical care for like 15 years. And they'd be like, no way. This is like fate that we met. I'm like, totally fate. Like you can like now these lists by anything. Then I started targeting people that rode motorcycles because my husband and I rode motorcycles and are physicians. And then we'd be like, I'll be like, okay, so like, what do you do in your free time? And they'll be like, oh, my wife and I, like, we ride motorcycle. And I'm like, no way, we do too. And these people like think it's fate. And it's
kismet.
I mean, I guess it is, but yeah. So do not do mailings unless you're under the guidance of someone who's done it before, because you don't want to say anything that's going to get you in trouble, or the guidance of a real estate attorney that can scan over your letter for you and say, yes, you can send this. It's safe to send to this list. You don't want to be accused of like soliciting someone for their money. Please stop posting on Facebook and saying, I will pay you 6% if you send me $100,000 for this real estate project. You think the SEC is going after the big guys? They don't care about the big guys because the big guys have big guy lawyers. They care about you because we're small fish and they can squash you very easily.
Yeah. Very cool, folks. We'll do one more question with April. Thank you so much for being here, April. Crystal, your hand was up first.
Hi, thank you. I just had, it was kind of going back to your showing for the joint ventures in your private money. How do you protect the potential deal from just being cut out of the deal when you're presenting it to a private lender or
great question. Or JV partner? You only work with people that you trust. So the quickest route to that is working with someone who's either coaching you or JVing with someone that's coaching you, or JVing with someone who is like running a meetup group in your area. And women are really good at this because we have really good gut instincts about people. Men, not so much, but kudos to the women with their good gut instincts. But you got to work with people you know and trust. So it's typically people that are go-givers. And I find that people that are coaching or run meetup groups, like they're literally giving you their time and just like giving information, like they're huge go-givers. So people you trust. And then I always draw up JV paperwork, like documents with an attorney. So it's clearly laid out whose job is what, and how is profit being split, and what does that look like? Are we both going on the deed? Is one on the deed and one paid as a project manager? Like very detailed.
Yeah. So April, you put out a lot of stuff. You are one of those go-givers. You obviously given us time here and many times before. How can people follow you, get part of your world? Because you do so much.
Yeah, we have a group on Facebook called Lazy Girl REI. And I think the other best way to reach me is probably Instagram. It's just April Crossley, Crossley. Thanks for having me. It was fun.
Oh yeah, we love you. I love working with you. It's just amazing. And your evolution over the last several years has been fun to watch from afar. So thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you, Mike. You guys have a great day today. You got some awesome speakers. I'm excited for you.
Awesome. Alicia Merriman, how you doing?
How are you doing, Michael?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am doing really good. We had a good morning, got up early, got started. So got a lot of people on here.
Yeah, they've come to listen to the legends of real estate. So thank you for being one of them.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, do us a favor, introduce yourself to the audience, who you are, what you do. We'll get back your background, and then we'll just start with the questions.
Sure thing. So my name is Alicia Merriman, and I am from beautiful Huntsville, Alabama. And I started real estate investing used loosely in the beginning, right? So I actually did my first flip whenever I was 18 years old, and I kept at it. I'm 33 now, and my bread and butter is not flipping anymore. I have leaned into more of a cash flow model, and I really excel in automating portfolios in the short-term and corporate rental space. So like furnished rentals.
Very, very cool. So let's talk about that experience. Again, being 18, right? There's a lot, you know. So how does that come about? So I certainly wasn't thinking about real estate at 18. I mean, tell us about that story.
Well, I was a waitress at the time, and I worked about an hour away from where I lived. And I had actually started college, and I was looking initially to rent someone's like mother-in-law suite above their garage or something as a place to crash between work and school. And I came across a lady at the restaurant I worked at, and she said, well, she was selling her dad's old house for $19,900. Well, of course, I didn't have $19,900. But I went and looked at the property, and I realized that it was the original homestead in $1 million neighborhood. Literally mansions all the way around it. It's sitting here in the middle of this country club, and it's been excluded from the HOA because it's in such rough shape. And I had the opportunity to buy this sucker sitting right in the middle of all this beautiful development. And I didn't even know what owner financing was at the time. I didn't know what a balloon note was at the time, but that's what I convinced this lady of. On the way to meet her, I'm like Googling, what is owner financing? How can you get money at 18, right? And actually, we signed an agreement on a napkin on the hood of her car that day for this property. And I went back home and I told my parents, and they said, oh my gosh, you're going to ruin your credit. And I told my best friend, mind you, the same best friend I'd borrowed $5 for gas the day before this. All in all, after my parents saw it, they said, baby, if you don't buy it, we're going to. And I had their support. I went through with the owner finance, and it took me several years because I actually saved up. I bootstrapped the money to be able to perform the rehab, right? And the cheapest rehab quote that I got from a general contractor was $52,000. And I told that general contractor at the end of his walkthrough, I said, if you can do it for 52, I can do it for 42. And so that was my mindset, and I did it. And I made almost 6 figures on that first flip. And that was my snowball money. That was what allowed me to continue to do more, right, after that.
So again, I just want to make sure I understand the story. So you're 18, you're a waitress, you're going to school, you find this house, you structure a deal with the owner, she takes a balloon payment.
Yep.
You bootstrap it for 2 years. So you spend it's vacant for 2 years.
Yep.
And you're
vacant without insurance. It gets worse, right?
It gets worse. Yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So you get through this at the end of 2 years, you fix it up, you're at least 42K deep into it. Then you just put it in the market and you sell it just a traditional flip?
Yeah, so I did. I traditionally flipped it, and actually one of the family members to the original builder ended up buying it. I think I listed it at like 185 and we closed at 172. It was a good deal. Yeah. It was
so you're 20, you're probably 20, 21 at this point?
Yeah. A little older. So
all right. So
Yeah.
where does Alicia go from there? I mean, some is good, more is better. You just start flipping more, or where does Alicia's track record go?
So that was a traumatic experience. Let me be clear. Like it wasn't smooth selling, right? So for those 2 years, I had we cut out me and my boyfriend at the time, my now husband, we cut out going to restaurants. We just everything had been shaved to save money for this rehab. And so here we are in this very frugal lifestyle. I've made 6 figures and I'm staring at this money, and I am terrified to do that again because that was a horrifically hard experience, right? And it sat there for 6 months. And I stared at that lump of money and I didn't touch it. And I finally decided, you know what? I've got to do this again. I quit my waitressing job, and on my way out, my boyfriend at the time, he was my trainer and he worked with me there. I was like, and he quits too. And no, he's like,
no,
I don't quit. Yeah. And so I started snowballing. I bought 2 after that and built my way up, and I was flipping, and I was self-funded flipping houses. And any of you who have done this, you know how hard that is to have the money for the purchase without, if you're not doing creative financing, and the rehab. All your money is sitting in this one property until you sell it, right? And you're able to get that equity to do it again. So you have to be really creative when you're self-funded to still have eat money if you're silly and you quit your day job and you're doing this. So I had to really, really dig deep, and I knew no one. I didn't know a single other investor. And after I had done 6 or 7 houses and I started actually meeting some of these investors, I realized that I had more or less created a glorified contracting company. I was there every day on site. I had 22 subs who I was rolling through these properties, right? I just created a contracting company. I didn't know anything about investing. And I realized it when another investor, he came to view my property and he said, well, what's the ARV on it? And I said, what's an ARV? And so that was the beginning of my knowledge. I got fortunate that I didn't get a lemon from a resale standpoint in those earlier days until I actually did learn how to vet and analyze properties. But it went well. I kept flipping for several years. By the time I was 26, I had retired my then husband, right? And we kept flipping. And in 2017, we started actually, I would say 1 in every 4 or 5 properties that we were going to flip, we were in the position to actually keep. And so we started keeping those in a portfolio, and they became, at first I was thinking maybe standard rentals, but they became furnished rentals. And that's because I realized I could 3 to 4x my return by just staging these well, right? Creating a flow and a target market who I wanted to be my client. People like business executives, couples, solo travelers, these individuals who often don't travel with pets and children, right? I liked that demographic. And they were willing to pay a premium, and they took great care of my property. And often they weren't even there during the day. So as money started to be generating from these 1 and 2 properties coming in, I really started to lean that direction. And here I am today. I'm doing a lot less flipping. I would say we're still doing plenty of flips, in my opinion, because I've settled here, Michael. Even though I'm only 33, no amount of money is worth my sanity, right? I've got a 3-year-old, and she gets plenty of my time. My husband still gets plenty of my time. And I've done that by setting my pace. And this is a pace that I'm happy with. Other people may not sometimes my brother tells me I'm lazy, but I buy 1 house per month, right? And I'm good with that. I'm really good with that. And I still cherry pick the ones I really like where the market's good. And some become flips, and some become corporate rentals, and some become short-term rentals.
Yeah. So let's talk about kind of how you kind of evaluate a deal, right? Because again, now you've done this, you've built up the track record, you have the systems. You're sitting, there's a deal in front of you. How do you evaluate it between a flip corporate rental, and then let's define for folks what makes it a corporate rental versus a short-term kind of Airbnb or VRBO kind of what makes a deal best for one of those threes in your opinion?
Beautiful. Okay, so let's just take the raw basic. If we're looking at a property that is a good candidate from running the numbers standpoint for a flip, that property, if you don't actually tap into that flip profit, but that becomes equity if you hold it, well, that's already from a purchasing standpoint, that's already a good deal.
Okay.
As far as holding, because now instead of that becoming pocket money, that would become the equity in the property, where you would have the spread there, the buffer to actually have it at like 70 or 65% loan to value, right? If you refinance and got your money back. So I evaluate all my properties as flips, and we go in there and I have the crew members or help, right? None of them are W-2 employees, but they're 1099 contractors, and they go in and they rehab the property. Now I reevaluate the market and I find out, you know what, are we in the financial position where we want another one? Are we, is the market here, this particular area, and I mean down to the zip code, supply and demand, is it there? So what are some things that we look for furnished rental versus corporate rental? Well, first, let me explain what's the difference in the two. Almost nothing. How beautiful is that? How beautiful is that? Okay, so what does the almost define? Traditionally, corporate rentals are defined as, nationally, this is how it's defined, a 28-day or more rental term is had in those properties. Anything 28 days and less in most states is defined as a short-term rental stay. Okay. Now, it's not true on every single state. Some of them are 30 and not 28, but I'm just saying generally, right? In Alabama, where I am, that's the rule. So short-term rental and corporate rental, both are furnished rental. So every single property that I might have one that's predominantly finds itself having executive after executive after executive because of its proximity to maybe Boeing or proximity to Lockheed Martin, right? But I will tell you, every single property I have, our goal is to do this. We have 2 booking engines, and in these booking engines, it's actually automation. And the automation and procedures and systems is really where I have personally learned how to shine in building out these systems to automate portfolios. But each house goes into 2 systems, one of which is corporate rentals. So we're talking about going on sites like Zillow, like apartments.com, like furnished finders, right? These places, Facebook Marketplace even, that's where you're going to find your 28-day plus reservations. Now, let's say you've got one house with one 12-month calendar, and you've taken 4 reservations, and this one might be 2 months, and that one might be 4 months, right? So now you have these gaps in your calendar. I'll tell you this, and if you take nothing else away from this, avoid vacancy. Vacancy is the death of this business, right? A big gap in your calendar can eat up your profit for half the year plus. So take note and fill in those little gaps between the big reservations with short-term rentals. Why not, right? So all of a sudden, this very same property drops down into this short-term rental engine that we've built. And then it goes on booking.com, Airbnb, VRBO, right? So we have these 2 engines that have integrations behind them. And behind the integrations, it backfeeds into what we call an iCal. What's an iCal? That stands for an internet calendar. And that internet calendar, the goal is we fill up that one calendar, regardless of whether it's corporate or short term. Just some of them, they end up being like all corporate reservations for the entire month. Now, I'll tell you, whenever I first started my corporate housing company, I realized, I thought at first, like maybe I had to be a part of an association, or maybe I had to get some sort of accreditation to be able to call myself a corporate housing rental company, or to call this property a corporate housing property. You don't. Newsflash, right? How beautiful. You can just open. You can just say that you are, and you are, right? And so just like being on Airbnb, you can just create an ad, right? If you have the appropriate property. So let's talk about analyzing that how do I say, okay, yes, this was great as a flip, but let's hang on to it. What do the numbers actually look like? Well, from a basic standpoint, let's just talk about common sense. Let's get back to the basics, right? If you are within 5 miles of a hotel that offers extended stay leases or extended stays, let me tell you this. Let's take Comfort Inn, for example. Comfort Inn, they do millions of dollars worth of research before they build that building. Millions. If they cannot guarantee their investors a 72% occupancy rate, they are not going to build that building. So what is the chances if you are within 5 miles of that extended stay hotel and you offer free parking, a washer and dryer, a second bedroom, a full-size kitchen, and we welcome pets? What's the chances of you being able to cut their price by 10% and siphon their business to you? Very possible. If you don't think that's possible and you're one of those people that says, hey, I have vacancy problems, let me tell you this. Hop on Facebook, create an ad. I want you to go on Fiverr, hire a Facebook ads manager, and target your Facebook ad for that property to the address of the hotel. Now, everyone in the hotel is going to get a copy of your listing right down the road, right? They're going to move. So that's called geofencing, that process there of swiping customers. But so being close to state parks, that's massive. The best performing furnished rentals are within 25 minutes of a state park. That was news to me. I didn't know that. I had no clue. Even if they're kind of rural, I thought that it would be being close to metropolitan areas and have to be close to yoga studios and coffee shops. That's not it at all. The best performers are within 25 minutes of the state parks. Huge.
No idea.
Your number one clientele is going to be millennials. Don't cry about it. Don't cry about the fact that you have to welcome pets because that's their babies. It's okay. Like, just welcome them. Here's the age that we have found ourselves in if you do want to avoid vacancy post-COVID. These individuals, they have shaken the golden handcuffs. And what do I mean by that? I mean, they're no longer tethered to their W-2 position. They are mobile, they're nomadic. A lot of them are choosing not to have children yet, maybe in their 30s, and they're traveling. And you know what? I would say that 60% of most of my consultations that I have, 60% of their clients are millennials. For me, I have targeted traveling nurses, traveling welders, entertainment industry, displaced housing insurance clients. So get to know every adjuster you have, right? But I have something for people who want to know the nitty gritty about the numbers. Where do we find the exact calculation, Alicia? On my website, I've got a little tab, and it's free for today, you guys. Go on there and get it. There's a tab that's labeled GOW23. There's literally a document on there that says running the numbers. Just download that. It's got 4 quadrants in it where you can input the numbers, input the data for your particular property. And hopefully at the end of that, you come up with I don't see why you couldn't, build a better market, like I think you call it a buy box, right? Yep. You should be able to get a 10% cap rate at least in the furnished rental space. That's very possible. It's very common. And a 20% cash on cash. So when we get to the bottom of this, you're looking for 20% cash on cash, 10% cap rate. That's what I consider my bare minimum, because most of my properties, they're performing at between 14 and 17% cap rate.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, let's jump into some questions. We got a couple of hands raised. I believe Carolyn was first. Carolyn, you are up. You have to unmute. Let me see if I can do it for her. Ask to unmute. Let me try that again. Nope.
You muted her again.
I did. Sorry. That was me. Carolyn, can you try to hit unmute?
Can you hear us?
Oh, there she
Can
is.
you hear me now? Okay.
Thank you,
Hey, Alicia,
Carolyn.
big fan. Seeing your YouTube classes, very appreciative. Psyched that you're here. Question for you. I'm in the same space you are, very starting, same little story. When you have those in between times of vacancy, how do you quote unquote drop your property down from the midterm into the short term space again? I mean, I'm on, Verbo and stuff like that and Furnished Finder. How do you get, what software do you use to make it drop down like that?
What do you mean by dropping? Do you mean being on those platforms?
Yeah,
or
like
like the price dropping?
Yeah, I'm on Verbo and Airbnb, but I'm going to be going on apartments.com for a larger property. So if I've got a vacancy between two midterm rentals,
yes.
I'm already going to be on Verbo and Airbnb with that property anyway. So that should cover it, right? If someone wants to rent between.
If you have a vacancy problem, or you fear that you will, so a gap, in other words, I'm going to highly encourage you. In most markets, you can be on 7 platforms and you're not going to have a vacancy problem. Where are you, Carolyn? Where's this property at?
Rochester, New Hampshire.
I think you're going to be fine. Okay, so as far as short-term rentals go, you want to be on Airbnb, VRBO, and Booking.com. Of those 3, I think your breadwinner is going to be Airbnb for the short-term reservations. Now, for the extended stay reservations, you're going to go get on Facebook Marketplace. Now, you're going to have to manually create that ad.
Facebook Marketplace. Okay.
Yes, Facebook Marketplace. Here's a big thing. On Facebook Marketplace, you need to watermark all your photos with your phone number or some kind of contact information on it, because scammers will steal your ad and they will pretend to be you. They're going to drop your price.
Where can I learn to do that?
So Canva is a free app that people can create accounts and they can watermark photos using Canva. Or you could hop on Fiverr, Fiverr.com, and hire a photo editor who's happy to add your contact information over top of the photos, like in the bottom corner or, across the middle or in like a translucent way. And that's pretty cheap thing to actually commission to have done on Fiverr instead of you having to learn how to do it, right? But be on Facebook Marketplace.
Yep.
Another really good one is apartments.com.
Yep, I know that one. Yep.
Zillow.
Okay. Yep.
And the last one is Furnished Finder.
Yeah,
now, Furnished Finder is targeting traveling nurses. I will say, of those 4, your weakest one is going to be Furnished Finder. Your strongest one is going to be Zillow.
Okay.
Here's a tip on your Zillow photos also. 2 things to really amplify yourself on Zillow. Do the premium paid version of Zillow for that listing. I think it's $30. It lasts several months. And what they're going to do is they're going to drive your listing up, available to like a broader audience. It is totally worth the $30 you invest. All right. And also on that first photo for Zillow, because this is going to be the main one that drives you in corporate reservations, you need to write the word furnished across the base of the photo, furnished, right on the front of the photo.
Oh, that's not assumed, huh? I thought that'd be assumed.
It's not assumed because most of the listings on Zillow are not furnished. Now, who are you targeting whenever you got that big stamp on the photo that says furnished? Really, you're targeting, and this sounds crazy, but displaced housing agents. So insurance agents are looking for places to put their clients.
Yeah, I'm trying to go that route. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So clients who have roofing problems, they've had tornado damage, they've had anything, busted pipes. They're looking for a place to put their clients and they're willing to pay a premium, just so you know. So Zillow's the top one. The second one would probably be Facebook Marketplace. Actually, I would say would be the second one, but I don't like the spamming that happens from people stealing the ad. So again, watermark is good. If you do a boosted listing on Facebook Marketplace, don't do it for any more than 3 days, because I kind of find that it climaxes like for the 3 days that you've done a paid ad on Zillow or on Facebook, I'm sorry. And then it like, even after the payment has stopped, all the traffic is still going to it for a while before it drops.
Gotcha.
So really just pay for like 3 days and kind of let it ride out.
Do you get a lot of traffic? Do you get a lot of traffic from Facebook Marketplace?
Yeah, in the corporate, so corporate housing is often referred to as midterm rentals or extended stay rentals, right? I would say it's the second biggest generator of traffic because everybody's on Facebook, right?
Okay.
And then apartments.com, do not pay for the paid version of apartments.com, just use the free.
Okay.
And Furnish Finder, I would honestly do those 3 first and give it a little time before I went to Furnish Finder. Furnish Finder's, it's good, but it's a little expensive and you're really cutting your demographic down to traveling nurses.
I'm trying to ask their recruiters. I asked the nurses who their recruiters are to try to get a contract. Trying to get a contract instead of doing the individual nurses. So anyway, I'm taking sorry about that.
With the same concept there. So if you're considering like direct reaches, you could totally create like a flyer or create like a landing page, a listing page, and an email even, and send that to home builders. How do you get in contact with home builders? Their clients sell their houses and they need somewhere to go while they're waiting 6 to 8 months, right?
That's a really good point.
What do? Literally Google home builders in my city and call their number. And whenever you call, ask to speak to the sales manager. Remember that. That's the word you're looking for, sales manager.
Okay.
And whenever you contact that sales manager, all you're looking for is an introduction saying, hi, my name's Carolyn. I own blank corporate housing company. And we have a vacancy coming up. And I was curious if you'd like to see a copy of our listing. This is how much it is. And this is what we offer. You know, this is all inclusive in the right? And send that listing out to all those sales managers' office. And this is a beautiful way to start refeeding. What do I mean by that? When you actually book one of their clients, their clients are going to tell them and they're going to thank them for connecting the two, right? Well, what do you think happens when they have another client who needs a place? They're going to reach out to Carolyn directly, right? And so all of a sudden you find yourself not even having to use these platforms. It's a beautiful system. So, all right, let's move on to another. I love it.
Alicia, I appreciate that. Great.
Very cool. Andy, your hand was up next. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah. Hello, Alicia. Thank you for doing this. I'm so excited. So I was wondering, what do you consider a big gap? And if you've ever had to deal with any kind of needing certifications or special permissions to list your properties as corporate rentals versus short-term rentals, something like that.
Sure. So what do I consider a big gap? I consider anything that's like 2.5 months and more, that's going to be a gap that you really are looking for that corporate client. Most of our and my consults, I don't have students, but I have people who do consultations with me. Most of our gaps all tend to be like that 2 to 4 month range. Most of my people who book are booking for 2.5 to 3 months as a corporate stay. So with that being said, I would go ahead and like classify anything in that 2.5 month more as you're looking for that corporate client. Now, short term, if you've got that month gap, you can still be on those platforms. You can still, have your listing out there. And I do. We run our ads, even if the place is fully occupied, we're running our ads and we're stacking that calendar. So keep all the ads going, right? There's no reason why you shouldn't, especially on platforms where it's free. Like you can do the free version of Zillow. You can do the free version of Facebook and Airbnb and VRBO, right? So there's no reason not to keep those going. But at the same time, if it becomes right down the pipeline, it's right on top of you, you're about to have this vacancy, you need to consider stepping up and doing the paid version to some of those, right? And tell me your second question again.
So the second question was, no problem. If you ever had to deal with any kind of special permissions to list your properties as short-term rentals versus corporate rentals, or if you don't have to do anything of that.
So I would say that I'm pretty fortunate here in Alabama. It's the wild, wild west here, but and we're not in the West, but it is the wild, wild west. our permitting and all that kind of stuff is very lenient where I'm at. But if I'm understanding your question correctly, do I have to get any kind of approval from the platforms themselves to list? That way I do not.
No, from like the county or something like that.
Yeah, I thought that's what you meant, maybe the county.
Yeah.
So yes, in some areas we do. In the city limits, it's particularly, a higher fee. So for us, there is a tax and a fee, often referred to as a lodging tax. So if you're curious about what the tax cumulatively will be on a state and city level, there is a website. It's called mylodgingtax.com. Mylodgingtax.com. That will tell you what is the tax collectively for that address, for the type of listings that you're looking for. Now, if there is a city fee behind that, so let me give you an example. Huntsville city limits, if we're in certain zones, then we have to pay it's a 2% state, and then from a city perspective, it's a 9%. I think I'm wrong about the 2%. I think it's 5. I'm pretty sure it's 5% state, and then 2% or 9% city, and $2 per night is a fee. So with that being said, I have personally made the choice to sell a lot of my houses that were in that 14% tax bracket, and I moved them to an area where it was between 2 and 5, right? So I was able to actually put money in my pocket by selling one property, but I have the same occupancy rate. So I get the same nightly rate, the same occupancy rate, but I just saved all that tax money. It goes back in my pocket. Can't hear you, Andy.
Sorry, one last thing. Is there any formula or any rule that you have set for yourself on how to price your corporate versus your short term for the same property?
Question. Okay, so let's go back to the basics again. And I'll tell you this. If you're close to one of these extended stay hotels, you need to call them. And I mean this in all seriousness, because people, they get on the phone and they get like freaked out and they're like, oh no, can't call, can't let anyone know what I'm doing, right? Pretend to book a 3-month reservation, and all you're doing is you're trying to get their best rate. You're calling and you're trying to get their best rate. What's the best number they're going to give you? And let's say it's probably not $100, but for simplicity's sake, if it's $100, then you need to be willing to shave that price by about 10 to 15%, and you're not going to have a problem. Why? All the people who are actually coming here for 2 and 3 months, they've called those guys. If they want to be in that area, they've called. They've gotten that number, and then they see yours at 10 to 15% less. That's what it takes to snag that client, okay, to get that guest to book with you. So that's an easy way for finding out price. Let's go down another rabbit hole, okay? So here's a second way for you to find it out. There's a website called airdna.co. airdna.co.com will take you somewhere else, okay? In the left-hand column, so all you got to do is create a free account, log in. Left-hand column, I want you to go down to a space that says invest. Click on that. Under that invest tab, there's another button. It's custom to AirDNA, and it's called a rentalizer tool. Use the rentalizer tool at every property. And I want you to use it often, even after your property is up and running. Because what is AirDNA? AirDNA is considered a data aggregator. Data aggregators, they do not pull information from a citywide standpoint. No. They pull it not only in a zip code, but a communal level. They are instantly evaluating the prices in that area, okay? So whenever you go to that rentalizer tool on their webpage, you're able to put in your just minimal information, the address, bedrooms, bath, and how many occupants do you want to welcome. In most cases, guys, I would recommend trying to welcome between 6 and 8 people. That's the sweet spot, okay? 6 and 8 people. But with that being said, AirDNA is going to give you an average daily, nightly rate, okay? You're going to see it in there. What do they get? What do the homes in that area get on average? I have found that their average nightly rate is off by about 10%. Okay. So what does the off? Usually it's about 10% lower than what I actually get whenever I buy the house and start listing it. So, yep, there's your 2 ways to find out what is the neighborhood price. Now, Andy, I'll tell you, the price isn't stagnant. If you are not using something that's referred to as a revenue management software, you are massively crippling yourself. Let me give you a little story about how much my life changed by this $18 application. It's like $18 per property, I think. At the time, actually, I think it was $10. I think it's $18 each now. But I thought I knew going rate. And let's just say at the time I had 10 properties, give or take. Okay. So 10 properties, I set the price, I left it. Whenever I got what I chose to use is pricelabs.co. That is the actual piece of software that I use. You just log on pricelabs.co. And as revenue management software, it is also a data aggregator. Its job is to evaluate the market. And this is what I mean it does. You couldn't pay a good employee for this. Whenever there's a concert that gets booked at the local civic center, my price goes up. Whenever my neighbor's house, which is also an Airbnb, gets booked, my price goes up, or maybe my price drops. It instantly, not instantly, every 15 minutes, it reevaluates supply and demand. I couldn't pay a good employee to sit there every 15 minutes and evaluate the communal calendar and adjust my price. So after I got revenue management software, my soul was crushed, and I'll tell you why. About $20 a night per property came back to my family on average. Wow. That's between $8,000 and $10,000 a month over an $18 app. My life changed. I don't know about you, but if $10,000 a month comes back to your pocket that you were previously leaving on the table for years over an $18 piece of software, your soul would be crushed too. So I put revenue management software higher than I put things like APIs and property management softwares, because it's literally a singular tool that can put massive quantities of money back into your pocket in the furnished rental space. Okay.
Wow. Wow, that was awesome. So Alicia, I've been following you for a long time. We've been friends for a long time. Something else I've known about you for a while, and I want to ask about it in the short-term rentals, is you've always had I'll call it a design aspect. You make your places very pretty and very unique. Some people even have paid you for design services. How do you still leverage that? Is that still part of your thing, or do you just have a cookie cutter? Everything's similar now. What's going on?
So yes and no. Do I do it for the public anymore? Not really. No, I've actually, even within my own business, like in-house, I stopped doing my own. But I've trained a girl over several years to mimic my design. You cannot tell her design from my design. So yes, I have done several multi-million-dollar properties. I've designed at least 40 dream kitchens that I don't even have a dream myself anymore of like a dream kitchen I want. I've done extremely well in that space, but I don't work for the public anymore. But here is something that I have actually commissioned to have drafted as just being tugged on by the public for just that purpose. Mm-hmm. And it's available today for free to you guys on my website. What is my website? It's my name, aliciamerriman.com. Go over to that GOW23 tab, click on it, and it's going to say free stuff under it. Under there, I think I drafted it myself. It's like 7 or 8 pages of what needs to go into your property. So let's talk about some things that you really have to be mindful of in your property. Using duvets, you guys, instead of comforters. Who wants to check into a house where the cleaner didn't have enough time to wash the comforters properly and dry them properly? They're damp. When they sit on the bed, they're damp. So using duvets eliminates all that. They can just unzip them, throw them in the wash, pull them back out, right? Having an owner's pantry. An owner's pantry has either a digital lock on it where all the cleaners can get in and out of that door to access the restock, right? That's massively beneficial. Having things like the little Dollar Tree extension cords behind all these sofas, having them behind the bed so people don't have to pull out the bed to plug up their CPAPs, right? They instantly, the guest goes, oh, she thought about me. No, I didn't. I did that for everybody, right? But yes, we do have a structured look at all of our properties. And let me show you where, as your business grows, where this becomes massively beneficial. Whenever a repeat executive comes into town, he's got my office, so he's got my assistant, he's got my phone number. He's going to call us and he's going to say, hey, Alicia, you got a place for me to stay. You know what he's realized he's going to get? A very similar experience to what he had last time. He's going to get the same coffee maker. He's going to get the same type of coffee. He's going to get the same white linen. And why do we choose white? Why do we choose white duvets, towels, sheets? Number one, my girls can strip it all and bleach it, right? The whole thing can be bleached at one time. Two, what color screams luxury? White. Okay. Three, post-COVID, what are people freaked out about? Dirt, grime, filth, sharing germs. It instantly looks clean. They can glance at it and they know it's clean. So having white towels, white hand cloths, white washcloths, everything goes a long way. I'll tell you, in the linen, the only thing that I have that is not white are makeup towels. Now I order these off of Amazon and they're black and they say makeup on them. And why do I do that? Because all the women, I don't know, something about going on vacation. They do like cake faces and they just got to get it off. And so they ruin all your towels. So providing those makeup towels will actually save all your white linen. But I have provided for free a list on my website available to you guys for today at least. I normally sell that list, right? So that's why it's available today.
Nice.
I know, right? So use that for your properties. Another really big thing that I had an experience on was what type of TVs, okay? I've used regular TVs. I've used Amazon Chrome-based TVs, but I'm telling you, the winner is Roku. The cheap little TLC, TCL, Westinghouse, Roku 4K smart TVs. And why is this a winner? Well, on all my Amazon TVs, I realized that smart millennials could tap into my Amazon account. Number one. Yeah, wow. The kicker, right? Number two, Roku. I had it halfway correct at one point. I had all Roku TVs at all my houses. Great. This was the massive mistake that I didn't know at the time. I had one company, so Corporate Housing Huntsville, I had one company Roku account, and every time we got a new property, I'd log in the TVs to that Roku account, and I thought I was just doing a great job, right? Well, one time I had a guest check out, and he did a factory reset on my Roku, as opposed to just deleting his Netflix and his ESPN and all that. He did a factory reset. It reset the entire portfolio.
Oh, ouch.
It was horrible. You know how many people were mad at me that they missed their sports show? It was awful. And then the other people got mad because they're like, you can't come over. I've got to clean the house first. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you know? So here I am navigating people's schedules to go reset all the TVs. How do I handle that now? Each house, when we've got a checklist, which I didn't put on there, it's an in-house checklist normally. When we get a new house, you know, there's all the basics of get copies of the keys, the insurance policy binder, right? All these things. Well, one of those is create a custom Gmail account for that property. That Gmail account gets several things. That Gmail account is going to get a copy of the lockbox code on the front. It's going to get the copy of all the before pictures in case we make it real pretty and something impressive, where we can use it to attract private lenders later on, right? We use that that Gmail account for our personalized Roku account. Roku accounts are free. That's why we choose them over the others, is because you don't have to have a subscription. So just use that custom Gmail with that Roku and create an account. And it's really simple. And all the passwords for that particular house go into that Gmail account, right? for us to keep a running log of it. God forbid something happened to me or my assistant, then somebody would be able to access it from within the office. But also on that note, whenever it comes to passwords, I've learned this. Planting little seeds with your guests go a long ways. Every single one of your houses, everyone has Wi-Fi. They're not going to steal your Wi-Fi. All your Wi-Fi passwords should be 5-star stay at every property.
Ah, 5-star stay. A little nugget.
A little seed.
There you go. There you go. Hey, John, your question was next. Go ahead, John.
Hey, Mike, thanks. Hey, Alicia. Hey, thanks for coming over here. Just want to say I'm really grateful for it and for you giving us your time. And my question for you is, so I have a couple LTRs in the Huntsville, Alabama area too. I think you're nearby over there. My question for you is just, number one, do you happen to know, is there a limit on STRs in the Huntsville area? And then secondly, more importantly, as you kind of look back at your investment journey, what would you, if you could talk to yourself at the very beginning of your journey, what would you say to yourself to kind of, what do you wish you kind of knew, then that you knew now, that you can just kind of get yourself going a little bit quicker and remove some more obstacles? Yep.
I love that question. So since you actually have some short-term rentals, you meant short-term rentals. I think you said long-term rentals.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I have some LTRs there, and
Okay.
just looking at the STR like systems, and just maybe one day, hopefully, just looking to transition towards that. And
Absolutely. So number one, I'm going to tell you to get with me privately, and I will walk you. I will hold your hand through this. Okay. Number one. Number two, depending on if for Huntsville specifically, if you are in R2B zone, right? Depending on where you're at, they're real finicky about where they allow you to be, right? And that you do have to get the tax ID code, the registration, all that stuff. Now, Huntsville specifically, they do not really like short-term rentals. They are not short-term rental friendly in a lot of zones. And I can tell you how you can navigate that. I've personally went up to zoning and planning and had several conversations with them. Okay. Yep. But depending on where your properties are, I can at least tell you how much you're going to make. Like, is this worth pursuing, right?
No. I think you mentioned a consultation, like on your website.
Yeah.
I'll
You're welcome
probably take
to
you up
do
on that. Okay, great.
Okay, so that's one. Tell me your other question. Oh, I think it was like.
Yeah, if you could go back and talk to
If I could go
yourself, like 10 years ago or 15 years ago or 5 years ago, however, at the beginning of your journey, what would you say to yourself? What do you wish you kind of knew then that you could just kind of 10x your, or scale faster or grow faster?
I love it. I love it. Okay, so a short story. Stories normally stick with people, and this is mine. I had this short-term rental business moving, and I thought I was doing really well, and COVID hit. That March, that very first week of COVID, I instantly lost $42,000. Now, this was in that time frame of 2020. Airbnb, they actually used to give you, if you were a super host and you had a certain portfolio size, they would give you the money before the guests check in. Yeah, they would give you a lot of the money. Wow. They don't do that anymore. Yeah. So I lost $42,000 instantly that I had to give back for 1 week. Like, that was week one. And so here they are saying, we're going to flatten the curve. And I'm going, you know what? I've got runway, but I don't have that much runway. How many more weeks can I live with a week like that, right? So this is really sad, but I fired every employee. I had to start over. And my employees were very used to the old way that we were doing things. I had conversations with them. I tried to get people to pivot. And literally my list of changes, I found them in the trash in their offices.
Yeah. So you had to adapt your team. Yeah.
Yep, we're done. So this is what I realized I had to do. I'd built a shaky foundation, John, and it was really sad that though I had money, a lot of cash flow coming in, something like this massively disturbed the foundation. I had to build a new foundation. So I liquidated everybody, which meant my overhead came down, right? And I got money back in my pocket, enough to sustain. And I'll tell you what I did. I built systems and procedures using artificial intelligence and capital equipment as concentrated labor. So for every employee that I was spending, whatever, $3,000 to $4,000 a month on, I was now using a $100 a month app. So currently,
you automated more basically where you could.
Massively. So what does that look like? I can completely, with tools. Now I have a system. I literally get a new property and I create an account on each one of these integrated applications. And by applications, I mean like the apps on your phone. Those apps run anywhere from like 85 to 95% of my business. You are looking at the manager of the portfolio. That is me. I literally can run everything because I have these applications. Some of my guests have full conversations with my AI and I am like massively embarrassed for them, right? But like, as far as preventing double bookings, right? Blending calendars. So bringing it from VRBO, Airbnb, all that can be happening automatically using something called a channel manager or an API. Revenue management software. Okay, so I see you, Carolyn. So Carolyn, an example of that would be Hospitable. Hospitable, if you have less than 15, I would say probably less than like 13 to 15 furnished rentals, if you're struggling to manage those and you don't have a channel manager or what's called an API, you need to get one. You need to get one. And there's several. There's Guesty, there's Lodgify, there's Hospitable, there's OwnerRez. There's actually the national winner 2 years in a row. It's called the Keystone Award. Is it's called Hostfully. Hostfully. Which one am I still on? I'm still on Hospitable. I've been on lots of them though. I have to say I'm a guinea pig. I like to play the game because I pretty much test the market for you guys, right? Revenue management software. I love Price Labs. Can't beat it. It's made me a ton of money. As far as cleaning and maintenance, which one do I use? I like Turnover B&B. Now, what does Turnover B&B do for me? My calendar no longer are the days where I'm screenshotting my calendar and I'm sending that to the cleaner. I'm asking her if she can do it, right? And then she does it. She shows up to cleaning. She does her job. And then I Venmo her money. None of that. All that's eliminated.
Okay. Great. And one last question, if I can sneak in there. Sorry, Mike. Hey, what's your why? You probably heard this before, but like, it's obviously probably not money. Some of our other speakers before that, they talk about that Carl Jung thing where, they realize their possessions, their achievements aren't, they're kind of more than that. And they're looking for more, relationships with people, spiritual relationships. Mind if I ask you, Alicia, what's your why? I mean, sure you probably don't need more properties or it's not going to give you as much, but like,
Yeah.
So, yep. Thanks.
I think my mentality is a big part of that, John. I think I'm a project person. In other words, I'm not here yet, but my husband pitched it to me this way. He said, baby, if you are an 8-figure earner or more, 10 million a year annually, and that was a really comfortable place, he said, would you keep doing what you're doing? And I said, absolutely. Like, heck yeah, I would. And the thing is, because that's my mentality. So I like what I do. Can I say that was the beginning of my why? No, totally. It was my family. And now I do feel like a lot of it is for my network, the people I meet. So I'm constantly evolving and innovating and creating new little loopholes and cheat sheets. And I give a lot of that information out for free to people. And I really find a lot of joy in helping those people. And I find a lot of joy in just what I do. My brother does a similar thing. He has a corporate housing company. He flips houses. And it brings me a lot of joy to know that he's like deeply welded into my life. My nephew is one of my project managers. So I don't know if you know Tom Berry, but Tom Berry has taken his business and branched it in a way where he's able to support his entire family. And that includes children, grandchildren, if they want, like everybody. And I find something that is just massively abundant about being able to incorporate your entire family into an outlook, into a dream. And that's somewhere where I hope that I can land there as well.
Super. Hey, thanks a lot, Alicia, and thanks again, Mike. Alicia, I'll reach out to you for a one-on-one, hopefully later. Thanks.
So, Alicia, one of the questions I wanted to make sure I asked you is there's been lots of evolutions over the short-term rental space. This may be more short-term than midterm, really, or corporate. It had a peak during COVID, right? There was a time where people were printing money, and you and I've talked privately. I think people were starting to buy the wrong stuff, right? They got lazy with their numbers. What do you see kind of going forward? Because I think Airbnb, at least on the short-term side, is in at least some pain. It's different 2023 versus 2021. Can you kind of speak on that?
Yes. So this is fabulous. What a great question. What a deep thinking question that I have sat there for over these years, and I have thought about this. So when COVID first hit and landlords weren't really favored, right? There were all these eviction stops, just all kinds of craziness coming out of the woodwork. A lot of these guys realized that if they were booking their place 28 days and less, right, not enacting the tenant landlord laws, ejections and not evictions, right, they liked this better. So I think and I forget, maybe it was Airbnb News, maybe is the site, but one of the reporting on stats websites posted that 20 million long-term rentals had converted into short-term rentals in 2021.
Wow.
Holy cow.
Talk about some supply.
Supply and demand. So now you found all these short-term rental owners who had been doing this for a long time. They were having to work. They're having to stand out from the crowd, right? And all you heard was like saturation, Airbnb bust, all these kind of things. But I'll tell you, those long-term rentals, that's what they were before, who converted during COVID to short-term rentals, they've decided that it's too much work and they're going back to long-term rentals.
Absolutely.
Huge. I would say if it started at 20, I'm going to say we're probably down to 12 or 10. It's not half as saturated as it was. And we'll give these people one more year. They'll be gone. They'll be out of here. Okay. And here's why they didn't make it. They did not put the correct applications in place to automate their business. There is no amount of one human being that's able to send out door codes, where to park, what day the trash goes out on their cell phone, one by one, to 5 houses. You would lose your mind, totally lose your mind. So you have to automate your messages. You have to automate the door codes changing between guests. You have to automate the reservations for cleanings getting picked up. You have to automate the inventory being purchased. And how do I do that? My cleaners, when they show up to the house, they do inventory. They can't get paid. They can't clock out of that app to receive the money until they do inventory for me. So I don't have to go by the house. So all in all, these investors, they didn't put the correct systems in place for longevity, and they're dwindling out of the market. So on another point in that same category, Michael, Airbnb itself, let's talk about how they've performed. Their revenue is up. They're up. And I think the number was they were up 22% in the first quarter of this year. So they're progressively going up. But I'm telling you, they've got some blood in the water. And you guys, as small entrepreneurs who partake in their services, what is Airbnb? Do they provide any housing? No. Like Uber, they are a glorified checkout window, you guys. They've got some fancy stickers on their checkout window. They're a payment processor. You are the owner of that house, and you need to be prepared to pivot in the event something happened to Airbnb. I love Airbnb. I love using them. I'm very grateful that they've allowed me to become a super host and use their marketing, right? But I'm telling you, they are not host friendly. If they had to choose between a guest or a host, the guest will win every time. And if you want to win those little battles, I promise you, you need to read the terms of service. If you do not read the terms of service for Airbnb, you do not know your rights. If you do not know your rights and you can't highlight that terms of service where that guest violated that and spit it out to that Airbnb customer service rep, which is also called an ambassador, an Airbnb ambassador. If you can't give them what they violated in their terms of service, which they don't know, those ambassadors do not know their own terms of service, by the way, you will win every single case if you can learn the rules and you abide by them and you play by them, because I promise you I do.
There you go. Well, Alicia, you do amazing stuff. You are a contributor to my course. I appreciate you. You do amazing things. Where can people follow you? Because you are helping people go to the next level.
AliciaMerriman.com, my name, ALISHA, last name Merriman, MERRIMAN.com. That's the best way to get a hold of me. We are fully revamping that website. I do not have like a course or any of the fancy stuff available for today. I am actually in the process of doing that beta launch for my first course. And so we are tweaking all that and we're getting it set up behind the scenes. Hopefully soon that will be available. But I'll tell you, my course will not be targeted to people just starting a furnished rental company. I help the most people who are hectic hosts, who do not know how to manage like 2 properties and more, like 2 to 5 properties. They're losing their mind. Yeah. Those people, I'm able to revolutionize their business and automate and put in systems. And that's really my target market, who I'd help the most, creating systems and procedures.
That's awesome, Alicia. You're amazing. You've always been amazing. I just love what you are doing. Thank you for being here this Sunday. You are the best. And we will move on to Anna Kelly. Thank you so much. Anna, how are you?
Good. Good to see you, Alicia. It's been a few months. I wish I could have been on the whole thing, but great stuff. Alicia's very, very smart. She's got a great business. So sign up for her course when it rolls out for sure.
Yeah, Alicia's amazing. So how you doing, Anna?
I'm good. Very blessed.
Very, very blessed. So folks, obviously, if you've been on my channel for, half a minute, Anna's been she's the original millionaire, weekly millionaire guest. So I appreciate Anna so much. Are we running on almost 4 years together?
I think so. I think it's actually been longer than 4 years. Can you believe it?
Wow. Time flies when we're having fun.
Absolutely.
Let's remind people, who is Anna? Where did you start? All of that, kind of give the basic intro and we will start getting questions going, but let's remind people who is the amazing Anna Mom Kelly.
You're very sweet. So I am a female real estate entrepreneur. I'm a full-time real estate investor. I started investing. My very first investment property I bought in 1998, 25 years ago. But I just kind of dabbled. I knew it was a nice investment. I had a private banking background, and I realized that a lot of my very wealthy clients actually had real estate, and I knew nothing about it. Despite going through all my financial advisory training, all I learned was stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and the American dream of wait until you're 65 and you'll have $1 million and you'll live on 4% and all of that. So I had some wealthy clients that had real estate and thought I need to get a little interested. But I wasn't really serious or interested till I had a baby. So that baby is now almost 20. And I flipped my first house when he was 3 months old in an attempt to replace my 6-figure income and be home with my kids. Didn't do well with the first flip. We lost money. And my husband said, we are never, ever doing that again. So we started the entrepreneur path and we moved to Pennsylvania from Houston, Texas. My husband's from Pennsylvania, to start his business, and thought he will be the one that takes over and gets me home. And just as a wise financial move, we decided to basically house hack the building that he was going to practice in, and then house hack a 4-unit. We didn't know what that term meant at the time, but I realized that we could buy a building that had tenants and cover a lot of the expenses, and that we could live in an apartment and have our tenants pay our rent. And so that was really the move that got us really more serious about the benefits of just having some extra cash flow to help float a new business and to help me to get home with my kids. And then 2009 happened, the Great Recession, and I worked for AIG. So I was still dependent on my job, and I was told every day I was going to be losing it. My 401k was completely wiped out, almost completely, about 3/4 of it in about a week period in 2009. And the only thing that was going well was those tenants kept paying rent. And I thought, I've got to figure out, I had just found out the same week I was pregnant with baby number 3. My husband's business was starting to struggle. And I said, I got to figure out a way to make another $1,000 a month. So if I get laid off, I'll be okay. So I took the rest of my 401k, I put it on a down payment on another 4 unit. And that started the aha moment that I've got to take control of my finances to really create the freedom to be home with my kids, because I couldn't trust an entrepreneurial new business. I couldn't trust a big corporation as my, the bread coming in when the financial system was so complex, and I needed to figure out another way. So that really started in 2009, the journey to building up enough rental income. And actually, Michael, when you and I first started doing the show, I think it was November or December of 2018. And I was just finishing the last piece of my plan from 2009 to 2018. We had almost 100 units. And that's when I decided now I can leave my job. We weren't just replacing my income, but we were digging out of $700,000 in business debt from 2007. So it took me a long time working full time, helping my husband run his chiropractic business, raising 4 kids, and doing the apartments one rental at a time, nights and weekends. So it took 10 years, but I was able to retire May of 2019. So just 4 years ago, in a couple weeks. And then from there, I bought about 300 units with joint venture partners. And then I started syndicating large apartment deals. So we've done about 2,500 units, mostly large multifamily properties since then. And so that's what I do now, is full-time syndicator, financial freedom, and work a lot less hours. I don't consider myself retired anymore because, like Alicia said, I love what I do. I have a greater purpose for doing it. I can make a big impact. So I'll never, I don't think, ever just completely retire, but I love being able, I've been in the hospital for 4 days. So this lovely background, I broke my foot Thursday, and I'm like, I don't have time for this. So I've been in the hospital, but I can work from here. I've been running multifamily deals. I'm doing a podcast. So when you create the financial freedom, it's so amazing to be able to say work is optional. I can work from wherever I want. I've got other people to do everything I need. And I'm just going to keep doing it as long as I'm having fun and making an impact.
Yeah. The one thing I want to ask and sort of tie your story with what Alicia just gave us is, for the longest time, you were very much a one rental at a time, just going that direction. When did you bring on the first short-term rental? What was it? When was that?
I think it was about 5 or 6 years ago. I think it was 6 years ago. And really the reason that I did it, I realized that in 10 years, my husband and I never took a vacation other than to take my kids to visit my family in Texas. So anytime, I had 2 weeks of vacation. So I would drive down to Texas, see my family, and we'd come back. But we really didn't allow ourselves to spend money and to take vacations. But we were getting burnt out after 10 years of 70 or 80-hour work weeks and 4 kids. My kids hated apartments. Every time I bought something new, they'd cry, please, not another apartment, because they had so many nights of doing homework on a dirty floor of an apartment that we had to clean and paint before we turned it over for the next day, right? So we realized we need to slow down. We need to live a little bit. I, during that period, did not live on any of the money that was coming in, Michael, other than just enough to put my kids in private school because I couldn't homeschool and I needed to keep working. Basically, everything we made went right back into buying the next rental and the next rental. I said, we need a break. We took a trip to Ocean City, Maryland, which for me is about 3.5 hours away. And I realized I missed the beach so much. I grew up going to the beach every weekend, just outside of Galveston in Houston, and loved that so much. And we stayed in a place and decided the next year we wanted to go back. Well, I was shocked at how expensive it was to rent a place on the beach because we used to just drive for the day and go home. And I thought there's got to be a way to own this and rent it out during the year and maybe cover my expenses. So I looked into, I hired a realtor and I had a friend that let us stay in his unit in a really luxury high-end resort in Ocean City. And I thought I could never afford a place like this. Like the condos were more expensive than my house and way more than my small 4-unit properties at the time. But I did the numbers and realized I can have a really nice luxury townhouse in a really fine resort, and not only have it pay for me to stay 2 to 3 weeks a year, but make me another $30,000 or $40,000 a year on top of it. So that was the first one. It was really not that I thought I'm going to be an Airbnb, entrepreneur. It's like, I want a vacation, but I am so, I still to this day am pretty much, if it doesn't pay for itself, I don't buy it. If I can figure out how to make every liability an asset that pays for itself, then I'll splurge. And so now I have 11 short-term rentals. I have 5 that are luxury high-end rentals, and we bought all of them because they're places we want to travel consistently. And so we go 1 week a year to all 5 of our larger short-term rentals. And I found locations that we want to be in, but that they're also the most profitable places to own short-term rentals. And so I had one, and then I bought a second one during the pandemic, because in this resort, I had this townhouse. And of course, there's a bigger single family house. And of course, I thought, oh, one day maybe I'll own that. But $1 million home. Well, during the pandemic, there was a very motivated seller that needed to sell because they were building another bigger one, and their sale fell through of their townhouse. So they had to sell, or they couldn't close on their new one. And so I got about $500,000 discount off the property, structured some seller financing. The resort was shut down during COVID. So I knew I wasn't going to get income that year, but I had enough wherewithal to say, this is a long-term investment. I'm getting a killer deal. I don't need a cash flow the first year. And then I bought the second one. And then after I sold the first one I rolled that into an oceanfront townhouse in Navarre by Destin to be near my son who's in college. And so from there, post-COVID, we've bought 4, luxury, nice high-end properties, and we got a great deal on all of them. Low interest rates, 30-year fixed financing.
Yeah. Really, when I see what you've done there is you've been very purposeful on locations. You are buying the creme de la creme, 1%. And you're doing it in areas that have history. You're not really at risk for the area changing its mind, if you will.
That was a big deal for me. And I know everybody does it differently, and different markets have different things that work best in that market that don't apply to everything. So I'm always going, real estate is hyper local, know your market, right? In some towns, the 1 and 2 bedroom condos are make amazing money. And I know some people that only do that. And where I am, they don't, because there's too much competition. So I'm always looking for that unique value proposition. And because I lived through the Great Recession in 2009, I was afraid, even from December of 2018, there was a lot of weakness in the economy. And I thought, I think we're heading into a recession. And in 2019, early we did. So I'm always thinking about how can what I buy withstand good times and bad times. And so I bought in times knowing we're near the peak of an expansion period. We're probably going to have a recession. I'm going to have some time when people may not pay as much to come to my vacation rentals. So I wanted to have that unique value proposition that, one, is an area where for decades and decades, families are going to travel. It's where do they think of, I want to travel when they are going to pay to travel. And then 2, if they are going to travel during bad times, what are they going to want? Well, they're going to want the ocean front. They're going to want the mountain view. They're not going to want your single family house in a development that's 20 minutes from the beach that everybody bought up because it was cheaper to buy in a development than the ocean front. So I'm buying those that have the best of the best view on the entire lake, or they're in a resort, or they're on the ocean. And I'm completely booked up for almost all of my properties, even now through this time. So that's been a key for me. Now, I also have 6 short-term rentals in my apartment complexes in the Hershey, Pennsylvania market. But we have midterm rentals. We have a lot of nurses and traveling nurses that come to Hershey. We have a children's hospital and a cancer hospital in Hershey Park. So it's an area that doesn't have a lot of temporary housing or hotels, but we have a lot of people coming constantly. And so it's worked really well for us to take a couple of our apartment complex units and actually make them short-term rentals and not let our tenants do it instead.
Yeah, pretty amazing. Well, we're going to get into questions, and we've already got 5 lined up, and I think we'll have probably more coming. Carolyn, you are up first. Please ask your question. I can't hear you. I think
you're muted, Carolyn.
I think I needed to do that. We did this last time and I messed it all up. It was on me.
Okay, can you hear me, Anna?
I can, yes.
I am so psyched to talk to you.
Oh, thank you.
Long story short, yeah, like, well, put your big curl pants on. When you say that all the time, that has helped me through the last 2 years. Like, I can't even tell you.
Aw.
So I appreciate you so much.
Thank you
My
so much.
question is about analyzing my market. Yeah, I've got price labs. I took their videos, kind of confusing. It's really tough when I look at all their graphs to really know. Despite I've talked to them and I think that they're too techno.
Yeah.
I don't really know how you get, I'm just struggling with what I used for assessing my market, my midterm, because I'm going to be doing that, my midterm rental. What can I use? What's their best tools like Mashvisor, or what do you suggest?
You know, again, every market's a little bit different, and the midterms is a unique bird as well. It's a little bit different from the nightly rentals that you're going to have in more of a true short-term market. You're not going to get as much rent as you are for a daily, nightly rental oftentimes, but you're going to get more than you would for a month to month. So really, you've got to be able to kind of look at apples to apples to compare. What I found where I list for my areas that has the best data is Furnished Finder, because most people that are coming to Hershey Market, they're traveling nurses, and almost all the traveling nurses use Furnished Finder in my area. So while I do have subscriptions to Mashvisor and I buy AirDNA only when I'm like, I have a new property target, it's in this city, I'm going to buy AirDNA for that month, for that market, and then really dive deep. I use Furnished Finder to go look at midterm rents and see what are people actually charging today for the midterm rentals in the markets that I'm in, because that's my competition. So I look and then I kind of set it. And then I kind of look every couple of months. If I start to not be filled, and then I want to know that I'm going to look at price labs and some other things like that as well.
Okay. Thanks, Anna.
You're welcome.
Awesome. All right, Andy, you are up next.
Hello, Anna.
Hi.
I'm so excited to talk to you. I've been wanting to ask you this question, especially after I was in the buy box session with Mike. And after being doing the work for some time, I finally am under contract on my very first deal ever.
Awesome.
It is going to be a house hack where I'm going to be living in the basement and renting the top area.
Wow.
The basement has everything, its own kitchen, its own laundry, everything except the utilities is separate. So I was wondering if you would have any kind of advice that you would give me, any kind of rules or like 10 commandment type of things. How would you handle the utilities? Should I ever let the tenants know that I'm the owner, or am I the property manager, or am I only another tenant? How should I handle that?
Oh, those are great questions. First of all, congratulations on finally getting that first property under contract. It's super exciting. And doing one that you can house hack and really cut your living expenses while you're expanding your means, I think is one of the best things that somebody can do. If I could still house hack properties, I would, but it's getting harder when you got kids to move around and all of that kind of stuff. But some of it depends on your state laws, right? So some states allow you to basically sub-meter and bill back the tenant for a certain portion of the utilities. Other states don't. And so if your state allows you to do that, it's very easy, like to get a water sub-meter, for example, and see how much of the usage is being used upstairs versus downstairs, because they'll just separately meter those with a sub-meter rather than the whole meter itself. What type of heat is it?
I think it's central heat. I don't know. I don't
Central
remember.
air. Yeah, that's tough to break out too. Sometimes what I have found is either you're going to have a harder time having the tenant put the utility in their name if it's a long-term tenant, because they know that you're using some of the usage. What I have done before in one property where I had the heating system in a basement to the entire building was on the electricity of the downstairs tenant, is I had history of the usage from the electric company. And I told them it's on there, but it drives like $15 a month. I'll give you a $30 a month credit. And they were fine with that. And so that's something that you could do. Or you could just say, I'm building in the utilities, but you charge a higher rent and a utility fee. So I've done that as well. Sometimes that goes better. Again, you might want to say, we're building in X dollar of rent, $300 a month utility fee for electric and water. And if it goes over X number of dollars, you'll pay the difference. And that number of dollars would need to include kind of what you have. So that's the way you kind of get around it if you can't afford to separate out the utilities or if it doesn't make economic sense. Oh, and then you asked me a second question. Do you let them know that you're the owner?
Yeah.
This is a hard one too. I was always told I'm the property manager. Now, more and more, my husband, technically, he doesn't own the properties that I do. They're in my LLC names. And when we started business, we had a very smart attorney that said, you can love each other, you can do a joint checking account and all that, consider everything yours together. But he was a doctor and I'm a landlord, and they're the two most sued professions. So he said, whatever you do, separate the ownership of your practice stuff and your real estate stuff. And so my husband technically doesn't own anything. So he still shows up to properties if he needs to do something and say he's with the property management company. And that's true. They don't know he's the owner. When you live there, it's a little tough because at some point something's going to go wrong and you're going to be the one that shows up at night and they're going to go, oh, why are you here? Well, I'm the owner, right? So I did in my first house hack, I let them know we owned it, and it drove me nuts, to be honest with you. They were at my door all the time, like carrying up babies up the stairs and, oh, Anna, I need this when you have a chance. And I'm like, I can't talk to you other than business hours. So if I had done it over again, I probably would have not told them that I owned it, but that my husband was the property manager, but we were only accessible 9 to 5. That's probably what I would have done in hindsight. But again, everything has its pluses and minuses. Would I have done it over again? Yes. The other thing that you have to realize today is people can look you up and pay $5 for a search and find you. So there's no point in in pretending you're not the owner because they can look you up. So I had an LLC that I was renting out, and I had a property manager showing this property for me because I don't self-manage it any longer. And the person's mother researched the LLC to find the underlying owner and said, I found that Anna Kelly's a millionaire real estate investor. She shouldn't be charging my daughter a deposit. And I'm like, okay, that was a little crazy stalking, and I didn't end up renting to her daughter, but that's just the kind of stuff. I mean, she just went on an internet research and looked who's the underlying owner. And if you look us up, then they can find where you live. So we're no longer in a world that you can really hide what you own. The exception to that might be, we have some Nevada LLCs for very large apartment complexes that have multiple LLC owners and that kind of thing. But when you're first house hacking, just tell them that you're the owner. Here's your ground rules. You don't answer that, not to come to your door. They can text you if you need something, and you're available to them 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. unless it's absolutely urgent. Parking complaints, noise complaints are not urgent, right? If there's a fire, if there's water and they can't find the shutoff valve that you're already showing them where to do it, it's something really urgent, you're accessible. Otherwise, you just kind of create those boundaries. You're kind, but don't make friends with them, because the minute you make friends with them, then they will violate those boundaries.
Amen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Awesome. Next, we have Sean and Wendy. Sean and Wendy, ask your question.
Hi.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Hey, Anna, thank you so much. Hope your leg feels better. Thanks, Mike. I have 2 questions. The first one is, what went wrong with your first rehab? I heard you when you were talking to Mike on the first series, you were talking about the rehab that went bad, and you brought it up again today.
Yes.
And the second question is, other than the first rehab, what would you not do again?
Oh, these are great questions. Thank you so much for asking. My first rehab, I would say almost what didn't go wrong. We didn't know what we were doing. I had a 3-month-old baby. So the first thing is, I clearly had pregnancy brain to be willing to flip a house that I had never done with a 3-month-old baby who was a preemie while I was working and nursing and all this stuff. So I bought a house because it was in a good neighborhood that was rapidly appreciating. It was old Victorian homes and they were being redone, bought for 100, 150,000, redone and sold for $400,000 or $500,000 about 20 years ago. So even a lot more today. And I found this property, they say rule number one, location, location, location. It was in a great walkable area. If you look straight forward, you saw a parking lot to a Kroger, and it was kind of blocked off with vines on the front of the fence. And I thought, oh, there's a garbage can behind the Kroger. I don't like the view, but it's okay. All these other people are building here and whatnot. And the view killed us. But what really killed us, so one, people that like to be in that walkable community, they didn't so much mind the Kroger, but we bought it like in November or December. And in Texas in March or April, when it's 90 degrees, the heat and the reek from the garbage cans behind Kroger, I cannot tell you how bad they were. And I almost threw up every time I walked out the front door because it smelled like garbage. And that was a big problem that I didn't think about when I first bought this property. But we had to get through summer where you couldn't smell the trash before we could even get people really interested. So that was a big problem, was the location. Number two, we didn't know about permitting of what was coming around us. So right after we bought it, during our rehab, there was a builder that came and tore down a lot of houses, like 2 doors down from us. They were developing like 10 beautiful Victorian look homes that were bigger and nicer than what we were going to build and cheaper because it was a new builder. So we had to wait for all those people to choose those houses instead of ours. We used unlicensed contractors. They did bad work. We had to have them tear it out. We had to have it done again. We didn't pull permits. My husband lost a job while we had a new baby, a school loan, and 2 mortgages and a car payment while we were flipping that house. And so it was so tight. And it was one of the most stressful years. It took us a year to sell it, to get it all done and sell it. And all said and done, we lost $10,000. Now, it could have been a whole lot more loss, but it's funny because I also say, while that was my worst deal, it was probably one of the best deals I ever did because it taught me so much that I didn't know that I needed to know for the next one, that we've never lost money on a flip or had those kind of issues again since the first one.
And I think she had a part 2 to her question, which was, I forgot as well. Wendy, what was part 2?
That's all right. I'm still here. Thank you so much for sharing that. Everybody wants to hear about the good stories. We're just starting, so I want to hear. And I want to thank Mike because he did a thing the other day with the 3 amigos. I think he was the honest of the 3, but you really need to go back into the mistakes that you should not make, especially with a lot of people being new. And my second question is, what was your second nightmare? As you got more knowledge and you thought you wouldn't fall into a trap, what trap did you still fall into? And thank you so much.
Sure. Oh, you're so welcome. I've learned so many lessons. I've made so many mistakes, and the mistakes are what's made me wiser and better for today, truly. Because the things that you haven't experienced yet, you just don't know how to handle. And so you just have to be willing to go, I'm going to go and there's going to be some things I'm going to have to figure out. But truly, I think my biggest mistake ever was because I so wanted to be home with my child 20 years ago. I was willing to do whatever it took to do that. And so when the flip failed and my husband said, we're never doing that again, I said, well, then you need to be the breadwinner and you need to pay off your debt and you're going to have to be the one that makes enough money. And he was never going to do that working for another practice as a chiropractor. So I decided he needed to be an entrepreneur. And so he's like, okay. And so we started a business because I wanted to be home with my baby and he was the one that needed to figure out how to be the entrepreneur. So we started this business together, but we went into debt to do it. So we had lived for 7 years in Houston, rice and beans, beans and rice, Dave Ramsey. After that flip, we learned not to have a lot of debt because we had all these payments and one income. So we lived below our means, but then I called Dave Ramsey, if any of y'all know who that is. And I called and said, we're debt free when we paid off my husband's school loans and the credit cards. And I was like, okay, we're starting over. And I said, Dave, is it okay to go into debt to start a business? Like, it's different than personal, right? And he said, don't do it. Whatever you do, don't do it. Don't go into debt now. in 2007 to start a business. The economy's squirrely. Everyone else said the economy's booming and roaring, and you're only going to do better. It's only going to get better. So we went against that and we went into debt to start a business. When my husband didn't have the drive to be an entrepreneur, neither one of us knew what we were getting into. We didn't understand where the economy was and where it was headed. And so we took on a significant amount of debt to start a business at the height of the economy. And I learned very quickly a year into it, the first year went really well. We made really good money. But the economy crashed and I was completely blindsided. And if we didn't have all the debt that we did to start that business in 2007, just an SBA loan, an equipment loan, a consulting loan, a property loan, then when 2009 happened, we would have been much better off. But the debt, there's a proverb that says the borrower is slave to the lender. And the debt was something that we should not have done going into a new business that we didn't know what we were doing. So I learned from that, Wendy, to become a student of the economy. And Michael and I talk about it on the show all the time. I learned that you can be really good at flipping houses or Airbnbs or long-term rentals, but if you don't understand where we are in the economy, you may make very poor decisions about the kind of debt that you do, right? So now I'm in the commercial world. And so we don't get 30-year fixed mortgages. I do on my short-term rentals, but I don't on my commercial stuff. And so I started to see some of these same things happening, post-COVID, where people got into bridge debt and variable loans that were going to reset. And because I learned that lesson on debt the hard way in 2009, it took us years to get out from under it. I said, I'm going to buy, if I think we're at the bottom of an economy and we have a long way to go, I might take on more debt with low rates. But as they start to tick up and as the economy starts to peak, I've learned to, get out of any variable debt, to lock in as long of a period as I can on my debt so that it's fixed and it's low. But debt and not understanding the market cycle was the biggest mistake. Now, with that said, I have millions of dollars in debt now, right? But I sleep at night because I saw a lot of the things that were coming. I positioned myself to get into the right kinds of debt. And I'm in debt for property that well covers the debt. I don't max leverage. Like in the beginning, when I say we had $700,000 debt, like every credit card was 0% to rehab this. And then once I rehab it and put the tenant in it, then I 0% balance transfer to another one. Well, guess what? When 2009 happened and the banks start cutting off your credit lines and your credit cards, that's a big problem. So that's truly the biggest mistake I made, but I'm glad I went through it, because if I hadn't gone into the debt and started the business, I never would have pushed as hard in real estate. I never would have learned all the things that have allowed me to now, have the life that I do. And so I don't look back and say, that I wish I hadn't done that, but I say I'm learned from it and now I'm in a much better position. And because of it, I'll always watch the market. I'll encourage everyone else, watch the market, understand where we are in the economy, and become a student of the economy, not just a student of your real estate niche, and get really good long-term low rate debt. And you'll avoid a lot of the heartache that I went through.
Absolutely. Wendy, did you have one more?
I want to say that you and Michael are the two honest people. When he makes a mistake and you are a little off, you all admit it. Very few people do that. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. I still make mistakes every day, and I learn every day. And I go, oh my goodness, how could I have done that? Right. But it's those mistakes that help us we learn a lot more from mistakes than we do from books. It's just part of it. And if you get comfortable with the fact that you're not going to do everything perfectly, you're going to have some losses, you're going to make some mistakes that you wish you could have done in hindsight. You'll develop the grit and determination to get through any mistake and come out stronger.
Very, very cool. Wendy, did you have one more, or what? That was it? Nope. I think that's it. Cody, you are up next.
Thanks. Hi, Anna. Just wanted to thank you for all the content that you provided over the last couple of years. I think I've watched pretty much every video in the last 3 years of yours, so I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you tuning in.
Yeah, and I know recently you guys have been talking a lot of like paying coming to the commercial sector. And I know you just recently mentioned that, and just kind of give you background. I have like 10 units in the Midwest, and I was just trying to think of how I can prepare myself in order to buy like maybe like a 5 to 20 unit building in the next, 18, 24 months. So I just wanted to see what options I would have or thought process to go along with that.
Sure. Congratulations on having the 10 that you do. That's amazing. I think, right now you have to be really patient. And so, Michael and I have talked about like you have your buy box, you know what you want, but you have to be an extremely patient buyer right now, knowing that we are at the top of prices and the top of rates at the same time. And that's going to make fewer and fewer deals pencil that actually are going to meet your buy box. And so it takes a lot to pull back, especially when we feel like we've had a year and a half of hard. Everybody's like, I'm ready to take down a deal, right? Or take down the next one. And we have to be really patient because we know that at this time in the market, we are coming down from a peak and we're not yet at the bottom. I would bet money to tell you we're not yet at the bottom. I could be wrong, but I don't think we're there yet. I think we have more pain. So when you start seeing blood on the streets and people are trying to dump their properties, that's when you have motivated sellers. That's when you get the great deals. And so when a market is expanding like it has been and debt is super cheap, it's easy to create forced appreciation and to create returns by debt structure. But when you're at the top coming down and you have peak prices and peak rates, you really can't pencil. And so I don't like to see people do a deal thinking, oh, in 2 years, I'll get it to where it pencils and then it's going to be my ideal deal. If you need cash flow and it's not going to cash flow day one, don't do the deal. Wait, it's not the right deal. So if you're willing to put some money to a great property in your area for growth over time, that's fine. But make sure that it at least cash flows with whatever debt you put on it today to give you time for that upside. Because what's going to happen with commercial real estate, and I own a lot of it, so I'm very cognizant of this as well, is that if the Fed has to keep rates high longer, the treasuries will stay higher. And so the risk-free rate of return, that risk premium to just park your money in a treasury, as that goes up, the risk premium that everybody demands, like the higher return they demand for taking on the risk of owning an apartment building, for example, is going to go up just, with that treasury. And so if rates reset up for a year or two, it could be that properties you buy today, that cap rate's going to rise and the value's actually going to fall. And it could fall harder than maybe some residential real estate because it's so sensitive to interest rates, because investors that are in commercial say, I want a certain risk-free rate of return, and then I want a premium on top of that. So buying commercial today, I wouldn't buy anything that you're buying for short term. Like I'm going to do a value add and I'm going to flip it in 2 or 3 years. Unless you're stealing it. Now, I bought a value add deal in January. We bought a large complex, but we got it for like $80,000 a door in a market that's close to $200,000 a door. So if I get a big enough discount, I'll buy something today, and then I'm just going to extend my timeline. So if I think it's going to take me 3 years to create the growth, I'm going to assume that it's going to take me 5 on paper. And if it still meets my cash flow goals and I think I can have it appreciate over a longer period of time, I'll buy the deal and just keep doing good deals that meet your buy box. But don't expect that you're going to have an easy job forcing appreciation on an apartment building right now. It's going to be a challenge, especially if we're heading into a recession. And we've got the situation where cap rates might come down or come up, because with commercial properties, the value is basically your net income over that going cap rate, the going rate of return that people want if they paid cash. And so right now you're kind of fighting. You've got a battle on both sides. You got a battle with the cap rate potentially going up, which can drive down values. But you've also got, in many markets, increasing property taxes, increasing insurance costs, rents coming down in certain markets. And so if you're going to buy a commercial property, my suggestion to you, because of where we are in the economy, is you stick to really nice areas, really strong areas, lots of great jobs, lots of good schools around, low crime, high above average incomes. That's going to help you do best because you're going to have tenants that are going to be able to afford to pay those higher rents that are going to keep up with your costs going up. And that's going to help offset some difference in your cap rates. But be really patient. only invest in really good markets. And over the long term, I'm really excited about multifamily. I'm still looking at them. I underwrote 2 deals here in the hospital last night and today. If you can find something that has seller financing or sometimes on commercial, they're assumable loans, you might be able to assume a loan. We assumed in January a loan on a property that was 7 years fixed below 4%. Well, I can pay more for a property when I can get 7-year fixed financing, and I know I'm going to hold it for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. So look for great debt, look for seller financing, but be really, really picky with multifamily and anything commercial. I'd probably steer you clear of retail and office right now as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
David, you're up next.
Well, hi, everybody, and thank you. I can't thank you enough for all your content and hard, relentless work.
Hi, David.
Hi there. Hey, Mike, I posted my question in the chat, so you can disregard that. Anna, I have a rental that's paid for. It's worth $150,000. It cash flows at $1,000 a month.
Okay.
So I'm under market on that right now. It should be renting for $1,450, but I've had the same tenant for 13 years and I don't want to lose her. Anyhow, I'd like to buy my next one. And you kind of answered my question in your last, during the last question. I guess I need to be a little bit more patient. I'd like to buy another rental. I'm going to wait till I see more blood in the street. My buy boxes right now would cash flow about $200 a month. And I'm wondering how to approach buying my next rental. I have a self-directed Roth IRA. If I bought a rental through that, I don't have to pay taxes on the income. If I mortgaged my next rental, it's only got a cash flow for a couple $100 a month. I'm wondering, would you borrow against a paid for rental that's got a nice cash flow, dilute that to buy your next one, or do the Roth IRA approach?
Great questions. And I hate to say depends, but it really does. You know, part of it's going to be how much do you need the cash flow versus how much is it just extra, right? Because if you're borrowing, for example, from like a home equity line of credit, that interest rate could keep going up. Like we don't know when the Fed's going to stop raising rates. And so if you have a variable line of credit on a home, and a lot of times banks want to give you a variable line of credit if you're using equity from an investment property versus a home equity loan that's fixed at a certain rate on your home. And so a lot of times the banks will say, well, we'll give you a line of credit. If that could go up and you're only looking at something that cash flows 200, you're going to be pretty thin if that rate goes up, right? Or if market rents come down. So it may not be ideal. But with that said, you have a lot of equity in that house. And so, you know, if you were to take maybe not the whole 100,000 or 150,000, but you were to take a portion of that, let's say 50%, if that was enough to give you a down payment on the next one, cover the line of credit and give you a few $100s a month, if you got a great deal on that property, that could still be a really good play. Then you're going to, as soon as rates come down, try to refinance that new property if it's got some upside and lock in a lower rate. The question is, when will rates go down? And we don't know. Right. So when I do these kind of things, I say, make sure that if you kind of stress test it. So let's assume rates go up another % and they stay up there for 2 years, right? I'm going to be ultra conservative. I think they'll come down faster than 2 years. And Michael and I talk about that every week, but I don't think they're going to come down in a couple months unless the Fed really breaks something. So underwrite and say, if I can do this deal, afford a rate that, prime is at 8, I think today, if I'm not mistaken, afford a rate that's 9 and it's still cash flow, both mortgages, and you're comfortable at that cash flow level and you've got some money saved in reserves if a tenant doesn't pay rent or you don't have that cash flow coming in, then as long as you're buying a property that you really like, you're going to hold it for the long term, there's nothing wrong with that. I grew by taking equity. Like I answered one question. I didn't live on any of it. I took equity and I put it down almost everything to the next property and the next property. I did exactly what you're talking about over and over and over again. Now, looking back, I'm glad that I did it, but I was cognizant of, I am robbing Peter to pay Paul. And I know that I'm one emergency away of having to tap my 401k, so I knew I had that. If I had to withdraw at hardship, I'd be okay. But I'm just very hesitant to tell people to take on more debt if there's not a lot of cash flow to take on that debt, or you don't have a lot of savings to be able to weather a little bit longer term where there might be some pain in the economy, expenses going up, people not able to pay rent. That's the first part. Second part is, should you use your Roth IRA? I'm probably going to say something different than you're going to expect me, but I'm going to probably say no. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One is part of the Build Back Better tax agenda was to remove the ability for anyone that owns real estate in an IRA to own that real estate in an IRA any longer. So the government is going after IRAs and people who own real estate in it. So the rule was going to be, and it didn't pass, but it doesn't mean it won't after the next election. If you own real estate more than, I think it's more than 20% ownership of any piece of real estate in your IRA, you would be forced to liquidate it at the time that they're raising capital gains rates. And so I think IRAs have been a target. They haven't gone after solo 401s. My thought is because there's more corporations that say don't go after our people's 401ks than IRAs. But I just don't want to own anything actively in my IRA. One, because they're going after it from a tax perspective, but also it's very easy to accidentally violate the rules. You ever step foot on the property, you ever paint it, someone claims that you're managing it, that you're creating a self-interest, it can be unwound as well. So I like to use my IRA money to passively invest in other people's deals or to private lend, and then invest with cash in my own properties. But that's just my preference for those reasons.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very cool. We'll go to Sally, I think is next, and then we'll go to the chat. There's a question in the chat I want to go to next, but Sally, you up first?
Hi, thank you for taking this call.
You're so
Yeah, so I started very late at my age. I started at 48, and for the past 2 years, I've been investing more safely, like long-term rentals. So the progress is very slow but steady. I want to scale faster. So I know if I want to scale faster, I need to change my lanes, take bigger risks. But at this age, I'm kind of afraid to take bigger risks. So you have changed you have pivoted your strategies multiple times.
Yes.
So my question is, how do I build that muscle to take bigger risks?
It's challenging. And, it's one of those things that fear is meant to help us first. We have to realize that fear is telling us there's something to be worried about that we need to figure out how to mitigate before we move forward. So we're not just going to run straight into the lion's mouth, right? We're going to go, there's a lion. Oh my, what do I do? And we're going to think about, do I run? Do I duck? Do I freeze? Do I play dead? Like, we need to think about the things that we're afraid of and say, where's the risk? And then if that risk happens, am I in a position and mentally, emotionally, spiritually, financially to handle that risk and know how I would mitigate it when it comes? And so that's what I do is I look at, here's the things that could go wrong. But instead of panic and say, I'm not going to do that, I'm pretty risk averse, believe it or not. I mean, I'm pretty conservative because I grew up in poverty and I went through 09 and it took us a decade to get out from under it. So now I'm like, there's deals that I could have said yes to. And I'm like, no, they're just too much at risk for me today. I'm 48, I've got 4 kids, and it's like, I've built the wealth, right? Why risk it for a risky deal or two for more upside? So rule number 1, Warren Buffett says, is never lose money. Okay. So if you're in a market that has a lot of risk, you've got to think about risk. And so I'm not the one that says, just go for it. Take every risk. If you don't take risks, you don't win. Well, that's true. But if you do take risks, you sometimes lose. And if you're in a market that's tough, you've got to be cognizant of what the risks are, but then get yourself comfortable with what level of risk am I willing to take? And that's going to be very individual for you, right? Dependent on what is your safety net, how much can you afford to lose? So for me, a long-term rental, buying a nice property that you're providing someone housing in a nice area that's always going to have jobs, good schools, low crime, that's a safe investment for most people, right? So if all you're comfortable with is doing that, let's buy another single family or duplex or quad in a really nice market, you may make a little less money and it may take you a little longer, but you're moving the needle at a risk that allows you to sleep at night, right? If you say, hey, I have a spouse and they're making good money and I can put this $100,000 in this deal and I can afford to lose it and I'm willing to lose it because I have a backup plan, then you're going to be willing to risk $100,000 and take a riskier deal for a lot more potential upside. If someone else did that it might ruin them financially. And so, name the risk, get real with what the risks are. And if you're not sure in a certain niche, like you talked about being malleable, for a long time, I only was focused on, I want 4-unit apartment buildings. Like I put those blinders of that buy box on and I didn't buy anything else other than that because I understood it and I got really good at it. It helped me to identify what the risks were. It was only when I said, now I want a vacation rental that I said, okay, there's a reason for me to navigate for my buy box a little bit. Then it was, I've pretty much stayed in the residential housing space, just bigger and bigger stuff. So I'm not going to go develop a retail shopping strip. Like I know nothing about retail shopping strips other than, they're driven by rental income and cap rates and triple net leases. I don't want to play in that box because I don't know the risks because I don't know enough about the basics to identify them. So stay in your lane. And if you have opportunities come to you, partner up with someone that has a lot of experience in that can say, Saley, here are the risks if we do this. And because they know the risks, they can help you figure out what would I do if these things happen and then get comfortable. Otherwise, don't invest in what you don't understand. Just keep that buy box and be patient. And it might take you a little longer than what you hope. For me, I thought we're going to flip 2 houses and I'll be home with my baby. Well, that didn't happen, right? And then we're going to have a year in business and I'm going to be home with my 2 babies. And that didn't happen. And then 2 more years. Banks wouldn't lend to me. Properties were cheap, but nobody would lend to me. So it took so much longer. But I will say this, having the grit and resilience to just do the next deal, a little bit more risk each time that you're confident with, it happens very quickly. Like for me, I wish it had happened in 2 years, but even at 10 years, I would go through all of it again 10 times because of the freedom, the financial freedom it creates when you're just disciplined and do one rental at a time, truly.
Yeah. What I would tell you here, just to add on this, if when I look at risks, I want to up my risk game when the market's not at its peak. I don't think anybody here would say we're at the peak.
Right.
You'll never know when the bottom is, but if you follow one rental at a time and you're doing the work, you will see the market roll over. And especially if it's commercial and basically it's like poker, right? You try to go all in when you think you have the best hands. You're not going to do it with a pair of 2s maybe.
Yeah. And when you look at a market cycle, the maximum point of the peak of the market, the maximum point when everybody has this irrational exuberance, they call it, is your maximum point of risk. Mm-hmm. At the bottom where there's pain, when everyone's running away, that's your maximum point of opportunity. The risk has been mostly removed. And so you're buying stuff so cheap that you can afford a little more risk. So we're kind of at this FOMO maximum point of risk. We're coming down toward maximum point of opportunity. So I'm excited about that. But it could take you a little bit longer than you want to scale. Wait till risk comes down. The risk comes down and everyone tells you that real estate's too risky. That's when it's really not that risky to take a little more risk.
Exactly. We're going to go to a chat question because I think a lot of people get themselves here before they find Anna and one rental at a time. Basically, it says, hey, I started before I had education. I bought some homes, moratoriums kicked my butt. What should I do now? Basically is the question. They feel stuck. So what kind of recommendations? So let's assume, they have 3 or 4 homes. Let's assume they're alligators, to use my words. They want to move forward. They're doing the work now, but they do have this, sunk cost or weight. So, without much details on it, what are some advice?
Yeah. Look at your properties from the long-term view. Don't look at today as like whatever's happening today is how it's always going to be. Because when you do that, whatever the challenge is, and in this case, maybe it's you've got some tenants you can't get out because of an eviction moratorium, and that keeps your cash flow from being very good. You have to look at those investments from the long-term perspective. So over time, as I get the next tenant out, because a tenant is a temporary problem. Your building is a long-term asset that has a temporary problem with a tenant that you can't get out, right? So how do you deal with the temporary problem, and can you make the asset a great asset? Is it truly an alligator that you never should have bought and need to sell? Or is it something that really is a great asset over the long term? And so get your emotions out of it, take the step back, look at what your buy box when you bought it. And every year I go back and look at every property I own and I compare it to how is it performing compared to how I thought it was going to perform when I bought it. And is it performing well compared to my other properties? And if it's a property that's underperforming, I might tweak it. If it's one that I'm really not thrilled with compared to the others or other opportunity costs, then I'll sell it. And so, keep your properties long-term. Most investors will say the biggest mistake was they sold stuff, right? And I sold a lot of stuff in the last year or two because I had to, because I had all these variable rate. I had all these mortgages that aren't 30-year fixed. And I knew I might have to pay down some mortgages if the economy got really bad. But it pains me that I sold some, right? But I sold them because I knew the number and I went back and I said, what's the return I'm making? And if I sell it today, what's the return I get versus if I bought something different, or do I just need to tweak something about the property? So don't panic sell. Try to take care of each temporary problem. And if the property has good fundamentals for the long term, just tackle one problem at a time. So if it's a tenant that you can't get out because of an eviction, cash for keys sometimes works. And sometimes you got to up the money that you pay someone to move out, or you hire them a moving truck. You do something like that and you get the tenant out in a nice way. Sometimes it's certain expenses. You need to shop your insurance. That's a big expense that's gone up. Shop for your insurance. Look to ways you can cut other expenses. Look for other profit centers that you can add. And sometimes you might have one bad property and 3 great. How can you let the other 3 make better money to offset any temporary losses or pain on the one that's not doing so well? So keep long-term perspective, fix cash flow problems on easy to fix things. Don't panic sell, and just keep going, understanding and believing that even if you've got properties that are painful right now, keep buying, because the more you have, the easier it is to mitigate. Like I still have a few units that aren't great, but I don't worry so much about them anymore because now I have so many other units that are doing well that it kind of offsets the pain. You're going to have some alligators in your portfolio over the life of your investing. Just don't give up and keep going for sure.
There you go. We've got 3 more hands raised. We will go through all of these 3 because we got to be sensitive to Anna's time. I think it's Nandai. I think you're up.
Hi, yes, Nandi. Thanks, Mike, and thanks,
You're
Anna.
welcome.
I've actually taken my course and it kind of helped unblock me along the way, because for the longest I had one single rental, waited like 4 years before I started building my portfolio, and now we're up to 7. And recently we got our first.
That's awesome.
So thank you for all the content you've been putting out there in the Facebook group. And we recently got a short-term rental property. And I do have a 19-month-old baby, and I'm going to be managing the short-term rental. This is going to be my first time managing short-term rentals, because even my long-term, we have property management companies. So
yes,
what would be the one advice you would give us, a mom that's about to embark on this journey?
Yes, automate as much as you can, like Alicia was talking about, because you're not going to have time. The biggest challenge was self-managing, and I only self-manage one of my short-term rentals. The other ones I have with property management companies. It's just it's the way we've decided to do it, because I'm so busy with all my other stuff that I don't have time to answer people's calls in the middle of the night, coordinate HVAC problems and cleaning problems and all of that. But I manage one of them. Make sure you automate it. So like everything that can be sent to a tenant day one, as soon as they book, it's automated. So you integrate your pricing, your VRBO, you have an automated message that says, thank you for booking. You'll be receiving your booking, your details on XYZ, X number of days before. Here's the FAQ, here's Wi-Fi and parking. And where you want to visit and what we do and don't have available. You put all of that in a document that gets sent out automatically that answers all those questions. And that way you don't have a lot of things come in. You might also say, you know, I'm a new mom and I might not, and I need most day-to-day questions till you're here. I'll respond between 9 and 5 so that they're not like at 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. going, she's not responding. I want a refund, right? So do as much as you can upfront to automate all of your messaging. And then it's really not that hard. Like I have an automatic lock. So make sure you get an automatic lock that you can access from afar that can give somebody a code to get in and out. Make sure you've got great cleaner and a maintenance person available to your properties immediately. So you're not the one having to go out there in the middle of the night while you're nursing your baby. You know, been there, done that on the long-term rentals. You don't want to have to do that kind of stuff. So even if you self-manage, you need a team on the ground that can get to that property for you. And I'd rather you lose a little bit of money and pay for your peace and your time with your baby by having those third parties that can be your boots on the ground and eyes at the property than trying to do it yourself. Because if I could do anything over again, I would have slowed down, hired out more stuff, and spent more time, quality time with my kids instead of kids with me at apartments they were with me 24/7, but there was very little quality because we were always fighting the fire with the next tenant and the next tenant and the next tenant. So that would be my biggest advice to you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Very cool. Sean and Wendy, back to you, and then David will be the last question.
Okay, my question is, we are really blessed because Sean is the enroll agent, so he does all the paperwork. I just created the name for the LLC, and he's like, after tax season, because it is tax season, he would do that. My question is, what should we look for when looking for an estate attorney in our area for the properties? Because he can do the majority of it until we get way filled up, and it's all for free, which is wonderful. But anyway, how do we go about finding an estate attorney or a real estate attorney for the paperwork? Thank you so much for taking my question.
Yeah, you're so welcome. The best thing really would be to reach out to some other local investors who've used an estate attorney that that knows what they're doing with real estate. Referrals are going to be best. If you don't really have a strong network, you can always look on Google and see who's available, then research them and dig a little bit deeper to see what their level of experience is, which attorneys deal with exactly the kind of thing that you need help with, because there's all kinds of estate attorneys, there's all kind of real estate attorneys, but they don't always know, they don't always have a practice expertise that can say, here's the nuance of if, for example, I've got X properties in my name, my husband has these, we have LLCs, we have partnerships, like how do we put them all together with trusts and kids and all that stuff? And so you really need someone that understands how to deal with, estates and trusts and the types of real estate entities that you have. And that's probably going to come from a referral, honestly, more than a Google search.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a referral. And I would ask the network and other investors, and I would look for common names, right? One of the things we did very early on was we started asking our network. It might have been 15, might have been 20 people, but I only interviewed probably 3 or 4 whose names were mentioned multiple times.
Yeah. And ask in the group and ask in the Facebook. And anytime I've needed something like in a new market, I'm like, okay, who's your go-to agent in this market? Your go-to PM or whatever it is. And then, in the Facebook groups that are even local, ask those questions and they should be able to give you some ideas.
Very cool.
Okay. And I've got time for one more question.
David's up. David's the last one.
Hospital.
David, are you there?
Hi, David. Do we need to unmute him?
I'm trying. It's not happening. That's all right. Anna, you know what? You have to get discharged. We are so happy you made this happen. Where can people follow you, be part of your world?
Great. Well, you can find me every Wednesday on Michael's show. I have a playlist on his channel. You can find me on Facebook. Go to my page because my friend list keeps being maxed out, but my Facebook is Anna Kelly, REI Mom, and my website's reimom.com. Thank y'all so much for joining us today.
Thank you. And we'll talk on Wednesday. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, everybody. Take care. Bye.
Thank you.